Good morning. It's early morning. It is Thursday, May 2nd. It's gonna be May. I can't believe it's already May. I don't know what happened. By the time we're done with this trial, it might be July. I don't know. At the pace they're going, it might well be July by the time we're done. Let's talk real quick before we get into court this morning. They have not started yet. I've started. They've not started. So we're going to get started. We ended off with testimony that it was snowing and more testimony that it was snowing. And we heard a lot about the fact that it was snowing. So we have a firefighter on the stand. We were in the middle of testimony when the clock struck 1 local time and the court was like, and we're done. Bye for today. Bye-bye now. Get out now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Take your things on the way. The court was just like, we are out. So today is another half day, 9 to 1 local time, Eastern time. I think the reason, I don't think the prosecutor's executing it well, but I think the reason they are focusing so much on the snow is because you remember in opening statements when the defense said how many people left the party and no one saw the victim? I think the prosecution has to respond to that because literally how? And so they are trying, it seems, to establish, I mean, they haven't done that yet. I don't know what really they've done yet. They've entered some statements of Karen Reed into testimony. The defense, I think, has at least somewhat called those statements into question. We will see. The defense, in my opinion, is doing a better job laying seeds at this point. The prosecution is hard to follow, and they are not laying out their theory of the case well. It is the thing that keeps coming up in my head when the prosecution talks is literally like more passion, more energy, more passion, more energy. Like, do you want to be here? Where is the officer? Did you just say she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? How did she sound saying that? Where were you when she said that? No, they just elicited into evidence and then they just like scoot right by. It's wild. I have not seen a prosecutor stand up and give an opening statement for a deceased local police officer under suspicious circumstances with less energy ever. I worked in the Crimes Against Peace Officers Unit as a law clerk. I worked with those DAs. I don't think every office has a Crimes Against Peace Officers Unit. Mine happened too. They took their job real seriously. I see none of that from this prosecutor. And it's odd to me. And it doesn't sit well with me. But then again, neither does the what if anything. You know, at the beginning of Depp Heard, I was like, we're keeping an open mind. And then Elaine opened her mouth. I was like, stop. It's been the same with Lolly. Midway through that opening statement, I'm like, stop it. Where is your theory of the case? How did this happen? The most concise timeline we have is from the defense. The seeds of, oh, law enforcement, you have the address wrong on the MDT logs. Oh, and the times too. Oh, and the order the officers arrived. A number of you said it in the chat. If they're messing up the MDT logs, if they're getting the small things wrong, what does that say for the rest of the investigation? And I wonder if the jurors are thinking it too. I was popping into Runkle's stream last night, and he was pondering about whether or not they intentionally failed to put the house number of the scene that no one treated like a murder crime scene or a crime scene at all in any regard. His ponderance was, they know that address is the house of a police officer, and you know that they do. And if you don't know that they do, I'm telling you that they do. They know where the other police officers live. They likely know where the DAs live. They know where the judges live. Did they intentionally put the wrong house number on the MDTs? They're not going to argue. The defense isn't going to even argue that until the end. They're going to leave it there. But I was like, Huh. Good point, Runkle. Hadn't even thought about it. I was focused on the snow. My bad. They're going to have to overcome the opening statement saying all these people left the party after the prosecution's theory of when Officer O'Keefe was hit. How do you overcome that? And with all of that, we are going to zoom into opening and get back into court. Just a reminder, I have not taken a dive into what's going on in this case outside of court. I want to watch it as a juror. I want to come to my own conclusions. I want to see how this case plays out. I want to see what I think of the judge sighing every time. Lots of you have said, but Emily, there's history. The judge has done this. I appreciate you. But I want to watch the judge's behavior in this trial without thinking about the other things outside the trial to see how I perceive her behavior without any of that information. Because our minds can get clouded with that information. So they are still on the fan. Trust me, Runkle, myself, Rob, everyone in Runkle's chat advocated to yeet the fan. We're not successful yet, but who knows, maybe in the future. I am a full beverage goblin this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4 different things on my desk. But we're going to be starting with this one, which is like a green juice mixture situation. And we're going to get rolling. So we've got my Metallica shirt on today and we're ready to roll. I'm going to roll the intro. We're going to chat until they're ready. This court's normally pretty punctual. So I imagine it will be, if the jurors are there and there's not a ton of traffic, then we should be rolling pretty soon. But they do not pan to the courtroom until every ass is in the seat. There's no bring the jury. There's no chatting with the lawyers before trial. We do not see court until they are calling their witnesses up, which is a different way to do it. I feel very out of the loop. I like seeing what the attorneys are talking about, especially when they're bringing motions to the court. You get a heads up of what's coming for the day. I feel very left out. All right. Are we ready? Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
And since they are still on... They are still on the fan. What's funny is the feed that I'm on right now, they have closed captioning, and I know that it's working because it's picking up the production team talking about how many things they need to put in the commercial break, when they're having food, when they're taking lunch, among other things. And that is kind of hilarious to me. Court TV is also now on the fan. They also have captions. So we have some options for feeds today. Captions are going to be a goal. So with all of that, we are going to answer some questions. And I'll give you some updates. Here's some updates on what's been happening. First, do you have the Law Nerd app? When key witnesses take the stand, we are going to let you know. Why? I know you guys have a life. I know you have things to do. I know how it is, but I know you also don't want to miss, Trooper Proctor, though he'll probably be on the stand for like days. I know you don't want to miss when the other women that were with Karen Reed get called to the stand as civilian testimony. I know there are things that you don't want to miss. So with that, lawnerdapp.com is where you're going to want to go, or to your app store and just search Lawnerd. And as those witnesses come up, we're really just doing foundational witnesses so far, 3,792 days into trial. I'm sorry, 3 days into trial. 3 days and 900. It's been 87 years since opening statements, and they weren't even in trial yesterday. Law Nerd app is going to get you there, and that is absolutely what you want to do. So that is a reminder for you about the Law Nerd app. Next, I have not worked on the podcast for next week, but it might need to be covering Idaho. There is a hearing in Idaho. We are going to save that hearing so that we have it. They take those hearings down like the second that the court ends, they're just like, go to private. So we will make sure that we have that to cover for you later. There's a lot going on in Idaho with Brian Kohberger's alibi. The prosecution's objecting to the alibi. The prosecution is asking to seal future proceedings or some of the future proceedings. The defense is objecting. There's a hearing today. It'll probably be quick. Emily, it's Judge. Just kidding. There's a hearing today. There have been responses in the Scandival lawsuits where Rachel is suing Tom and Ariana, and Tom hired Rachel's lawyer's brother. So there's that. So we've got lots to cover. And then if you are on the app, you saw last night that Harvey Weinstein is going to be retried. If you're not on the app, you might not have seen that update from me. But Harvey Weinstein will be retried in Manhattan. Or in New York. They're setting a trial date sometime in September this year. So I updated all of you in the app last night about that. And we will keep you in the loop. I don't know if that's going to be televised. I don't know if that's going to be streamed. If it is, I don't know if I will cover it, but I'm going to cover the run up to it. So with all of it, we will move forward. Something is going to have to be covered in the podcast next week. I was going to take a break because it's a birthday week for me, Dr. B. It's the end of the year. We've got school banquets and stuff like that, but I'm going to pick one that I can zoom through quickly, and we're going to cover that on the podcast next week. Weinstein retrial so much sooner than I thought. Same, River Van. And the decision to retry came sooner than I thought. I didn't think we would see that decision for a little bit. They've got a new DA on the case, and they're just like, we're ready. We're ready. We are ready. And a retrial, really, there's no new evidence that they're looking for with him. So I imagine they called all the victims that weren't, calling them immediately. And the victims were like, let's go. So that is what's happening. All right. With all of that, I know we had a little time to do like a little morning quick bits. Here, we should just memorialize it real quick. We did a little morning quick bits. Quick bits. Go. I feel good about that. Do you? I hope you do too. I know the light. Some of you are like, Emily, the light in your office. I never stream this early in the morning. It's like morning. It's spring. We've got light. When you comment on a comment, can you please read the comment you were commenting on? Beth, yes. And I did with that one. I just didn't say it was from a comment, but I did read it. Dawn said, will he be moved then or just wait for the new trial? Dawn, I don't know. The defense pointed out with Weinstein that he has some health issues and he had been hospitalized. So he had not been moved to Los Angeles. Oh, final thing, Diddy. I'm going to have to put up a poll. I'll put up a poll for the members. Final thing, Diddy. Diddy filed a motion to dismiss. Apparently it's scathing. I haven't read it. I don't know. And we'll go from there. So I don't know. Wendy Sue Winter said, do we know how the victim's family feels about this trial? No. As I said, when I do not dive into anything external to the trial, I did a brief overview and I have not jumped into anything external to the trial. I will look for that information after the trial. Doc V asked, will Alan Jackson represent him again? Alan Jackson represented Weinstein in Los Angeles, not in New York. So I don't imagine he will be part of the New York team. The lawyers that gave comment yesterday were from a different team. So I don't imagine that. How is Diddy filing things on the run? I don't think he's on the run. What did Diddy do now? Diddy filed a motion to dismiss. Nishay asking the real questions. How are you awake and functional, Emily? Adrenaline. Just adrenaline. That's all. Also, his lawyers can handle it. So Sam said, it's been so interesting listening to you doing the lives and then Runkle doing the recaps of this trial. There are times I'm envious. I'm like, recaps, you get a minute to like think about stuff. Live reacts, you just have to wait for it to happen and go, what the fuck just happened? Which is why I try to recap the next morning after I've had a minute to think about it. So recaps, there is some glory to that, but I also love getting to watch, sorry if this is loud, Runkle chatting about this case. And I love seeing like Natalie Lawyer Chick doing it. I know that Alita at Legal Bites is, I'm sure others are as well, but it's always nice to see different perspectives, especially from the practicing attorneys. Not that I discount the perspective of others. It's just, for me, I love to see how the other lawyers are thinking about things. And especially when it comes to Natalie and Runkle, they are defense attorneys with a ton of practice experience. Law and Lumber is a family law attorney, but tons of practice experience. And the one thing about family law is something you become an expert in is interpersonal relations and how people deal with other people. So I love watching the lawyers with all the trial experience having different takes on this case. And right now, I don't know if I've seen anybody that's like, yeah, the prosecution's really helping me understand this case. And that's, oh, Dr. B, you're back. Did you bring Starbucks? You were going to call me when you guys were leaving. How are you home without Starbucks? Okay. Do you want to go now? Which Starbucks do you want to go to? I'm streaming, but which Starbucks do you want to just text me which one you want to go to? And I'll just put in the order as you go there. Cause you said you were going to call me after the blood draw. Is he doing okay? Oh, just text me. Okay. Dr. B was supposed to bring back coffee and did not. I hear the court, so I'm going to bring them in. The amount of time that you get to hear me talk to my husband about coffee orders is stunning and brave at this point. A huge thanks to Dr. B for being the MVP. I hear a microphone.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice.
I love this entrance.
Now sitting in the Superior Court within the Fuller County of Norfolk.
Okay, hold on. You're not loud enough. And we need to get back to the hear ye, hear ye, hear ye situation. And I need to do this. Law nerds. It's time. Law nerds, it's time to go to court. Hold on. Hear ye, law nerds of the alternate jury. Thank you for keeping an open mind, believing in facts, not fuckery, wanting the lawyers to be good, and hearing what the witnesses have to say.
Bring the jury.
I love this opening. We're going to get to God Save the Commonwealth in about 30 seconds here. I love the accent of this particular bailiff. It is the most Boston shit ever, and I'm here for it. And I moved the closed captions, so now I feel like actually a decent streamer. All right. I was trying to grab them on my screen, not the screen that the court was on. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Emily. No coffee yet.
Hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni. Now sitting in the Superior Court within the Fuller County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you.
It is the most
2282-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
It is
Mallory for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Judge David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
It's a very formal
So
courtroom.
I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
And don't watch EDB.
Everyone said yes.
Them, not you.
Affirmatively.
Y'all are
Were
welcome.
you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
They're like, our brains hurt and we
Everyone
were
said yes
over
and
it the second we got home.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads.
In Dedham.
So, jurors, from time to time, I will give you instructions or talk to you for a few minutes about
how you evaluate evidence. So I just want to take a couple
Why?
minutes today. It's part of my job, where my job is to teach the jury about the law. So in considering the testimony of any witness,
Oh, what's coming up
please
today?
remember that questions are not evidence. Only the answers, which are in fact the only part of the exchange between the lawyer and the witness that are given under oath.
Anyone know what this is in response to? This is in response to the defense cross-examination style, where in cross-examination, the questions are really the star. And the defense has definitely put some things out there in their questions. This is in response to the defense's cross-examination of, nobody else ended up with a dead police officer on their lawn, did they? And so if you kept testifying, 5 weeks from now, your story would keep changing. This is in response to that.
Or evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him?
The judge did.
And the witness answers no.
Get a haircut.
Based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness...
She's giving examples. She's giving specific examples.
Asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. So going forward, I want you to consider the evidence in that regard. Also, there were videos shown to you, and I expect that throughout the course of this trial, there'll be many more videos shown to you.
Yeah.
These
I expect that
videos
too.
are evidence, and there's audio on these. So what the video shows is for you folks to decide. Not me, not any of the lawyers. What an audio recording says is for you to decide.
That's in direct response to the defense asking over and over, did you hear, deputy officer, did you hear Karen Reed say XYZ? And he's like, no. Did you hear XYZ? So she is addressing all of the defense cross-examination. Do I think the defense cares? Nope. Nope, not at all. Why? Because the shit's already out of the horse at this point, and she didn't instruct them in time with the defense, which means for the jury, it might not seem as if she is speaking directly to or about the defense, but she can pull this. She will probably step in a bit more and give these instructions after the defense does stuff. But I think it's her giving a little distance for the defense. But the defense is like, and?
Not me, not any of the lawyers, because you find the facts. That's your job. We all have different jobs, but finding the facts in the case is your job. Okay? So with that, please get your Commonwealth's witness back on the stand. Mr.
Reminding the jurors of what to consider. So, does this show bias on the part of the judge? No, some of those questions were improper. I'm surprised with some of those questions she didn't admonish the jury immediately after the question, honestly. A lot of judges would have immediately said to the jury, the question just asked by the defense was inappropriate. You are not to consider the question, and then read that instruction. So no, I think the judge actually distanced herself from it. To not flame the defense. So I think.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
That's part of it.
Your Honor, before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return Exhibit 1?
Sure.
And we are resuming with Anthony Flematti he's one of the lead paramedic witnesses. Yes, Tony Stark.
Good morning.
On day 4 here of trial, how many witnesses are we in? We are on witness 6. We are on day 4, right?
Firefighter Flematti.
we on day 3? We're on day 3. My brain stopped. Day 3.
I believe when we had left off the other day,
So he is
you had
he probably wrote the
arrived in the
report.
area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
God, I
When
can't
you
hear this
arrived
prosecutor
there,
at all.
What, if anything, did you do upon your arrival?
I heard that.
So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can.
That's better.
Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it.
And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again?
So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready
We didn't
for
get much
what's going on, whether it's
into
reviewing
this
protocols
witness
or
on
just trying to assess the information coming across
Tuesday?
the radio so you can update your treatment plan
all we got
as much
really
as you
was
can before you even see the victim.
the difference between
And
asystole
when
and
the ambulance comes to a stop at
asystole.
your
That's the
position,
difference we got.
Where is, what if anything do you see sort of?
My Italian grandmother would kill me.
So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have 2 female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road and going back and forth between that.
He's
that
the first one that said side of the road,
person
not
and
lawn.
the side of the road.
And,
Interesting.
From the position when you first arrived, are you able to see the person on the side of the road?
You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that that was where we were headed.
In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there?
When I get there, I believe it is engine 3 and car 5.
And beyond sort of the vehicles from your
I
department,
wish,
what kind of
Jenny.
vehicles do you see when you get there?
If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time.
Don't downplay
And
at
from
Agent
your
99. You
orientation,
deserve
when
your
you
job.
pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, to your right, or something?
To my left.
And so after
I'm just going to note when the prosecution says things, is it positioned here, there, everywhere? He could simply say, where did you park the ambulance? Less words. I might speed this up because we have closed captioning, and where the ambulance is parked is going to be on video.
the ambulance is positioned.
Chat, what do you think? Do we just...
So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are, and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient.
When you proceed over to, now, again, at some points subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is?
Yes. We will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get him into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital.
And at some point, were you able to identify who this person was?
That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket, and we were able to grab his license.
And who were you able to identify as?
That was John O'Keefe.
And so, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is he at that point?
I would say
With 3 women there that know who that is, Karen Reed and the other 2 women she was with all knew who that was. Why did they have to get to his pockets? Because I've got questions about that too.
approximately 10 feet.
That's a
away from the road.
curiosity.
And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on the ground?
I'd have to review, but I believe he was supine on his back.
Just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols or that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrived?
So we're trying to determine.
What are your general protocols? Why not just say, what did you do when you first arrived on scene here? spiel. Is that consistent with your general protocols? Yes.
And if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest, we have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols.
We're now at
for whether we work the
1.25.
patient or we leave the patient on scene. If it's a police matter, if there's injuries not sustainable with
I
life.
did not get my
So
coffee
we're trying
order
to
in
make
yet.
it that
Dr. Bias
assessment
told me
before
which
we make
one.
any decisions.
Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You do use the term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training experience, what do you understand that term?
The cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
Lolly? Really?
In particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what if anything else is sort of on the
Compound.
scale or spectrum?
Somebody start objecting for the love of my
So cardiac arrest,
sanity.
depending on where they're found,
How are we
we're
going
trying
to do
to
this
figure
for
out
8 weeks with
what
this
led them to be
prosecutor?
at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation.
This is my fault.
So
I
due
didn't
to the
watch
extreme weather,
the
extreme cold,
prosecution in action before I said yes.
we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient
I was just real curious
due to
about
the
this
fact that
trial.
it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor. in
The
where they're
jury
found.
doesn't really need to know how to generally
And,
save
With
someone.
a term based on your training experience called hypothermia.
Correct.
And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia?
Exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to below 95 degrees usually.
And, what, if any,
Please,
interplay,
can you
is there
just
between
ask the
hypothermia and cardiac
questions?
arrest?
So like I said before, it'll prolong how long it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather.
As far as viability is concerned, you talk about doing your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment?
So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for.
And
It
the
was
age of
me
a particular patient, what, if any,
sighing.
relationship does that have to your assessment?
So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody's an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle-aged will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially?
Why can't you just ask, what observations did you make of the patient that you were treating on this day? It's not leading. You're just asking for observations. Why? This is
Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had.
And as far as the other things that you're talking about, as far as viability of resuscitation, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to Mr. Keefe in regard to that?
So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body or lividity or separation of blood. You'd have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned. Basically, if they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body. And then you'd have
Fox,
stiffness of the
I promise I
arms,
didn't
legs,
pick it up,
jaw,
nor did
neck.
Dr. B.
To be able to move the body, we're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this.
And specifically, as
Thank you,
applies to your
Christy.
assessment of
I'm
Mr.
going to take a
what
breath.
anything do you recall in
Try not to
regards that
sigh.
initial assessment as far as viability?
I also
So
can't
his
hear
limbs were
him
able
well.
to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so
Rigor
not the
had not set
indicative
in.
of lividity that we're looking for. So
what
he
he's
termed
saying.
it to be a viable arrest and continue to work.
You mentioned as far as sort of gathering.
For anyone who has seen Monty Python, just insert the "he's not dead yet" into your brain. That's what he's saying. We thought it was worth continuing to work on him as if this was a cardiac arrest because of the condition of his body. I don't know how that helps the prosecution. I think we're going to hear from different experts on when those things would set in the cold, which might contradict the time of death, because there would be hours between when the defense thinks he was put in the snow and when the prosecution thinks he was put in the snow. And for those of you that went a different direction and went to the Princess Bride, I respect that. I see the Princess Bride comments too. I get it.
Your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe. What, if any, equipment did you get?
So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient up, break apart, put it underneath him. We have our first in bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor. We'll bring all that over to the patient's side to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So getting to an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting and to be able to expose the patient, begin the warming process.
And when you go to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you?
So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery.
And as far as the sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what when. But that's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh.
That's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh. So you'd want those to be accurate, right?
So
That's
CPR is
getting
initiated by me.
Cross-examination.
And ALS assessment as well.
Did you ask to review your
I can
notes?
go over individual
No, we're
interventions
just
if you'd
doing
like,
it.
but it's really
Right. Okay. Nobody cares.
And
All
for
right.
the record, sir, you're looking at exhibit number 160. What page of that are you looking at?
Hey, there you go. Prosecution.
It says 205 of my EMS report, but
Good.
there's also the NFIRS report on the top as well.
I'm beginning to wonder if the squeaky chairs are
When
the
you go
juror
over to
chairs.
Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the two female parties on scene.
Where were the two females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
We're sped up and it's still slow.
So once you make that determination as far as viability of resuscitative efforts, sort of specifically, what are you and the other firefighters doing in regard to those efforts with Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're beginning CPR. We're trying to establish good quality CPR, get the patient onto our stretcher, begin an IO, start medication, start ventilating the patient. All of the conditions that the body has, we're trying to remedy through intervention. So we're trying to breathe for the patient. We're starting to press on his chest to do CPR to cause his cardiac muscle to compress and spread blood through the heart, cardiac muscle, cerebral brain. And we're trying to reverse what's happening in the body.
I need more blood going to my cerebral brain
Now,
at the moment.
as when Mr. O'Keefe, you observed him on the ground, what, if any, snow did you observe on or around him in that area?
So the snow was probably up to the mid-axillary point. So we're looking at probably halfway up his rib point. Top of his body was clear.
And do you know about how much snow was covering his body up to the mid-axillary?
I'd say probably about 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed?
For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans. Nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
That's different than what the last
Or
witness
any
said.
Subsequent point, what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear?
By the time so our first priority is obviously going to be treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point.
And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing?
I don't.
And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment?
Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting his extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, hypothermic reaction there.
Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground?
If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
I'm curious about the jacket because in opening the prosecution, I think, because theirs does not stand out in my mind as much,
that you observed,
said that people put things on O'Keefe to try to warm him up.
Position you initially observed them, did they move around or something?
So I wonder if the person who established the airway, the last witness, took or somebody removed what either Karen Reed or the others had put on top of John O'Keefe to try to warm him up. Because in the openings that came up. So not that he was wearing a jacket, but that somebody had put something on him when they first got on scene and were taking snow off of him. And I just wonder if that's the discrepancy, but we're not going to know until later.
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any, conversation or what, if anything, did you ask either of those?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? What happened?
And you say you're speaking to one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Miss Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article closed?
Right there.
I can just ask the record reflect.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Miss Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus someone?
We've gotten from what, if any, to why, if at all. Why are there variations of what, if any? Why is it fucking spawning?
Females that you observed.
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
She was the most upset.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one?
It has derivations.
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a relationship with the person.
Before we get to any conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to the scene?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to their erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
So she was freaking out. Right.
And
She
as
was
far as
freaking
your
out.
conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions did you ask in regard to the demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Try to
I'm interested
get
about
any
this
type of
line of
information we
questioning.
could from her at that time, but with no luck.
Really?
When you say with no luck, what, if anything, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regard to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
BRB, I got to talk to Dr. B.
And just to be clear, where does this conversation occur?
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient. The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy to kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
And with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, I think you referenced it earlier being in your report, what were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to the EMS report as it goes?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you. So we try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing. So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. We do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient. That was on the right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO and put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft but spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
We're in like full medical intervention now.
When it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication? What are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will
Are you telling me
improve,
it doesn't
it's a
work like
vasoconstrictor.
it did in like
It'll
the
cause
movies?
the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral area.
So as far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital so it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient if there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to these folks?
Okay, so I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something else?
You're going to do that in the dark? He's not noting that he needs to refresh from his notes and nobody seems to be objecting. So, I mean, if nobody's objecting, for such a formal court, it surprises me that he doesn't say, may I refresh? But question, Emily, do you think this witness was
first, we're at
prepped better
patient
than
side,
most
615.
witnesses?
Transport 620.
He knows he's going to be questioned on his reports. Just to remind everyone, these witnesses have testified at least 2 grand juries at this point, so they also know what questions are coming up. If he was already given permission, the DA asked the judge, I was trying to order coffee.
7.
Perfect.
So best estimation would have been inside the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you before, but after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything, did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah.
So these are going through all
So
the
first round of
interventions.
epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mass, so it has an open way to get the oxygen into the lungs. We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device
That was
to
wild
ensure
to learn
adequate,
about.
consistent CPR
I didn't
compressions
know
of the
that
chest.
existed.
It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient. And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up at this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube. Sorry, at 622, after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 631. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side. And then another 3 rounds of epi, and then arrival at the hospital.
What was the arrival time at the hospital?
At destination was 6:45.
And what hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
There's a term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there's no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
This prosecution is never going to move off of the asystole, and I'm here for.
So that was the rhythm he was found in. From initial rhythm, I have on the EKG at 632 as asystole. So we basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of task or division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to?
I don't know why that matters.
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was
said that.
the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions.
Dealing with the code.
Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
This
What
is
was
going
the
to be
sort of
important.
condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that?
That's going to matter.
So removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here. We're looking for extreme.
Unlike this testimony, the code was running quickly. The questioning.
Injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors.
And yes, that is.
So we would strip most patients.
And as far as were you involved personally, as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing at that point?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to this?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing.
They need to
compound
see
fractures,
what's
things
going
like that.
on, and he's cold.
The clothing was intact, but
Get
we knew
them
it was
out of
wet, it was
wet
cold.
and
So as we
cold.
strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
We take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to?
We're
any
jumping around in
injuries
time
that sustained?
again.
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on ground?
so
Don't
he was
worry.
still out in the
We'll
weather at
probably
that
send
point,
an
so
app notification when
bleeding
we
wasn't
get to
really
cross.
obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance,
those of you that are
then
like,
we start
I'll check
noticing
back
hemorrhage
later.
from different areas of his body.
When
And
cross
when you say hemorrhage
starts,
from
we'll
different areas,
notify you.
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
And just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
Suction from the airway was mostly blood, blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what, if anything, you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently, so that would have been above the airway in the mouth in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations of Mr. O'Keefe's
Okay.
correct?
What's that?
You
Sorry.
mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin and the posterior of the body.
What, if any, significance does that have to you as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general or across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a
Like?
particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make? In which areas did you make those observations to in regard to the initial state?
So for as far as the cold exposure,
The
cold
order
exposure, we're looking
he's
at
going in is odd to me.
the most exterior parts.
Okay.
Extreme cold exposure can lead to frost nip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes.
I didn't
that
know
type
there
of-
was a nip before
so
there was a
that was a
bite
cold, waxy,
with the
pale, stark white
frostbite.
substance, basically, or condition of his skin.
And
We learn something new
those
every day.
areas that you just described.
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
As well as his mouth.
Yes.
And beyond that, what if any observations did you make of any other sort of injuries to his head or his face?
So his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And
Were they
as far as your
furrows?
understanding based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand as?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what if any observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
And what if any significance did that have to you in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It's another
Just
one of our
ask, what
detailed
did that
assessments. We go
indicate
through the
to
body in a
you?
more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating.
Or-
It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
Now, you mentioned as far as the extremities are concerned, what if anything did you observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Furrows.
So we're looking at, so we had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet, then we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dry blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
Huh. That's interesting. He indicated that the scratches on the arm would likely be 7 hours several
The history
hours before the injuries that caused him to be out in the snow. Yes, it's speculative, but isn't that interesting? That's what he presumed. We're going to hear from
Once
multiple
we get the patient into the ambulance, there's no family, no
pathologists.
bystanders in the back of the ambulance, so then it's going to be solely based on physical assessment.
and within sort of the team of firefighters.
But that's his.
With anyone did you direct?
Oh, we must be caught up to real time. Hold on. He is a paramedic. He's allowed to say what his conclusions were from that. So that was his conclusion. We're caught up to real time. Sorry, folks.
So that would have been Katie McLaughlin.
And what did you ask?
No more 2X.
So
And
Katie
our
was
sound
one of our
just-
senior paramedics at the time.
What happened?
So we had enough skilled hands working on the patient at that time.
There we go.
So to direct her, I wasn't able to get as much information and still had a skill to do or still had a task to do to run the cardiac arrest. So I directed Miss Reed over to Katie to try and gather more information as to why
That
they
was
were
sped
there.
up.
If you could get any more information about who he was, events leading to the injury, how long he was down for, any type of information, and then moved on to the patient at that point.
And so firefighter McLaughlin is having this conversation outside of the ambulance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on while you're inside of the ambulance actively treating Mr. O'Keefe.
It was
That's
a
leading.
very quick process. So I start the conversation, wasn't productive, wasn't moving forward, moved her over to firefighter McLaughlin, continued on to the patient, and then started treatment, moved the patient in, and then Katie came into the back of the ambulance to help.
Kathleen asked our
So it was a
first
very quick
responders,
process.
qualified or experts are considered eyewitnesses. It depends on the case. They can be both. He is an eyewitness. Generally, experts are qualified because they're not eyewitnesses, but it can be both. You can be an expert and be on the scene.
Mr. O'Keefe's
They're
eyes.
not using him as an expert.
Any observations further did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes?
So both eyes were swollen and bleeding.
What, if any, observations were you able to make of his pupils?
I'm sorry, what?
Pupils?
Pupils. So I've documented as 4 millimeters and non-reactive.
What, if any, significance is those observations as far as the 4
To
millimeters?
brain injury.
So we're looking for equality between the two. So signs of bleeding can be demonstrated by unequal pupils,
Yeah, that's
or
not
if they
good.
were restricted, could lead us to believe it was as a result of an opioid interaction. But we're looking at whether they react to light as well. if there's brain activity, if there's still something causing the body to react, you'll have some type of pupillary response. So we shine light. There was no response, so it was fixed and at 4 millimeters.
Yeah, that's not good.
Now, at some point, you leave the scene en route to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance during transport?
So back in the ambulance and transport would have been Firefighter Kelly, Firefighter Nuttall, and myself.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance between Fairview and Good Samaritan?
So that'll be determined by basically just positioning on the engine. So the step driver for that position would then drive as the detailed person over to the ambulance. And that was Firefighter McLaughlin.
What?
Now, during the
I'm sorry, I got so bored you lost
from
me.
Fairview to Good Samaritan, what, if anything, are you and the other firefighters in the back of the ambulance?
What are you doing? Just ask them. What are you doing?
So we started transport.
The questions could just be simple. And then what did you do? And then what
So
did you
between 6:27 and 6:45, treatments included epinephrine, additional suctioning, managing the airway, placing another intraosseous line, and then 3 additional rounds of epinephrine while the mechanical CPR is continuing CPR.
Did you do anything else before you arrived at the hospital?
Transport, what, if any, changes in Mr. O'Keefe's status as far as the cardiac arrest or the breathing occurred?
I can't take over. I'm going to stop.
Changes.
Now, that time that it took to get from Fairview to Good Samaritan, is that sort of a typical?
Was it aggravated by the
transport time?
snow?
Not normally. Due to the weather, it was pretty slow driving. Even though the ambulance was a smaller vehicle than the engine, slow transport compared to normal.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, communication are you having with Good Samaritan in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his eventual arrival there?
Every medical that goes on, we try to give the hospital staff
A heads up.
basically of what's coming in. We'll have different alerts that we would give them, whether it's a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a STEMI, to have the certain appropriate teams come in and be ready, whether it's a trauma alert. There's different specialties within the hospital that'll treat those different particular cases. So we call them 5 to 10 minutes prior to give that team time to get down into the emergency room to get ready to work.
When you arrived at Good Samaritan, who, if anyone, were you met by and sort of what happened with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're continuing interventions from the ambulance through the bay into their code room. We're then met by registration, a registered nurse, and the doctor that took care of the patient, as well as a team of other assistants and CNAs.
And where do you physically go with Mr. O'Keefe, or how does that work?
Yep, so that's referred to as a transfer of care. So there's different people, like I said, it's a team base where different people are in charge of different things. You'll have the nurse in charge that's in charge of documenting our interventions that have been done so far, time of down, the patient was down, and then she starts documenting all the different interventions that were done by the hospital staff as well. You also give a report to the doctor who's then taking over as lead for the cardiac arrest. They're going to start issuing orders for the patient and treatment. And then you have registration that will get the information to register the patient that they can tie all of their interventions to.
Just going to let you guys know, you've again made this the #1 place on the internet to watch live trial coverage by a mile in the snow. So thank you.
Add that assessment, I believe he had a core body temperature of 80 degrees.
Hit the like button every time you hear somebody say, what if any?
Significance does that have in regard to sort of the typical core body temperature?
Typical core body temperature is going to be in the high 90s.
And download the app. I'll let you know when
body temperature being in the
starts. Go make
at
breakfast.
80 with a rectal temp or core temp is going to be extreme hypothermia.
Wait, you didn't put your hands in his armpits to determine body temperature? You used a thermometer? South Carolina could never. South Carolina could never.
No.
Extreme hypothermia. We know. Did I get my coffee yet? No.
You're at Good Samaritan for a certain amount of time, correct, before you cleared?
Correct.
And at that point in time, while you were at Good Samaritan, that initial time, what, if anything, did you learn as far as Mr. O'Keefe's status or what had happened to Mr.
So as we talked about before with the
Dr.
hypothermia
B
and the
came in 'cause he
extreme
heard me
cold,
yelling
we're
about
going to work
armpit
that for
corner.
an extended period of time. Most cardiac
I was
arrests,
yelling about coffee.
I will try and hang out
This
by the
attorney
patient
is
or in the
not
area. As new staff
My
come
mind
through,
needs caffeine.
different things are
I'm
found.
not
The doctors and nurses
adequately
might have
perfused
follow-up
with blood to
questions.
the brain.
So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as to the eventual status of Ms. Rhodes?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance
Dr. B's
and
being sassy. Give me
to
a second.
replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the
I'll
shift.
die.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there. Ms. Gilman, if I could please have exhibit number 9. And so directing your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
The house.
Is that the house that you responded to? Is that correct?
The white balance is such a challenge
Ms. Gilman, if I
for
could
the
have
poor
exhibit number
camera person in court.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14.
Oh, great.
Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what that is?
No.
I see
How could anyone?
blood, snow,
I hope the jury can see it.
general area, not sure.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18.
Natalie C in the chat said, well, it's slow. Did you see that the Switch now has dark mode? I haven't been on my Switch in too long, but you know what?
Recognize what's depicted up on
So
the
does
screen as
Google
exhibit number
Docs. Not Google Docs, Google
18.
Drive. I'm waiting for Google
Yes.
Docs to have dark mode. The green laser pointer helps nothing with those
So
photos.
I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and move this direction on the screen.
So the pics are not great. I still have questions.
So,
Like, did CSI?
Firefighter Flematti, within this,
Nobody treated this like a crime scene. So am I surprised that these are the pictures? And when were the pictures taken? We haven't established any of that. We don't know. We have no context for what we're looking at, which is why it's so hard to put the pieces together. The prosecutor's like flicking puzzle pieces at the jury with no picture on the box. The defense is like, here's the picture on the box. Remember, this is piece number 1 and it's color coded. And that's what makes it so hard to follow.
photograph up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you see
Do I have
the
coffee
area
yet?
in
No.
which you observed Mr.
It's gonna be a minute.
lying on the ground when you first arrived?
Dr. B is going to make some coffee.
And using that
It's a
laser
busy
pointer,
day
could
over
you
here.
direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe.
And he
arrived?
forgot on his way
Initially
home, so-
arrived would have
yeah.
been in this area here.
Thank you.
Don't worry if you couldn't see the laser pointer.
Yes.
The green laser pointer doesn't show up on the snow.
Thank you.
But at least the flagpole is there. So when the
Nothing
jury
further
does
for
a
this
view-
witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Let's let the chat know cross-examination is beginning. Megalina, if you'll let them know in the app. The report is going to be what most of the cross-examination is on. Rebecca said, do we
Good
know?
morning.
Rebecca asked in the chat, do we know when the photos were taken or by who? No. They've been admitted. The parties all know. The jury doesn't know. The lawyers all are cool with it. The jury has no idea.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning, when you first arrived at the location,
Look, chronology matters so much.
you indicated that you could, in fact, see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male,
Nope.
but obviously
Human.
looked like a human figure.
Yes.
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
And the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
The figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the figure in the snow was on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
On top of the snow matters.
I want to ask you a couple of
And
quick
the
questions
fact that he
about
was
some of the
visible
last conversation you had with Mr. Lowley about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration over his right eye, correct?
No, over his right eye.
Over his right eye.
There's a contusion over the eye.
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is,
Bruising.
was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over his right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that?
It's interesting. The you don't remember that insinuates to the jury. I don't know how I feel about it yet. It insinuates to the jury that it exists and this witness doesn't know. Not that it's not there, but the prosecution never cleans it up. So you don't remember that. Alan Jackson never goes with it wasn't there. It's always, oh, well, it was there. You forgot. It's a very interesting way of questioning. Some prosecutors would start to object to those.
Both eyes were
images.
pretty well swollen shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you note a laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall it?
On the top of the nose, no, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. With regard to
At least we
his
understand
abdomen, you
what's
indicated
going
that
on.
it was distended,
Yes.
a medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No.
Any skin that was abraded?
No.
Or cut?
No.
So there was no
Furrowed.
bruising, no contusion, but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about, if I could shift gears, about the conversation that you indicated to Mr. Lowley that you had with Ms. Reed. You were also asked about that conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
You testified that as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
You indicated in no particular order that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much
George is fascinated
data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
by the trial on the
But
screen.
your focus was when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Like conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow.
Correct.
Dressed inappropriately.
Correct.
And possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
Notice how they quickly
But you
tied
did
it
say
back.
that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
As a matter of fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Tried to.
Correct.
Well, did you
Come
hit him
on,
in the
go this
face?
way, George. Come on.
Or
The
did you
chat
kick
wants to
him?
see you anyway.
Did you hit him with your hand? Okay.
This
So
one's
that's
George.
a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
George is camera shy.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes,
And the blue
you're
jays
standing
outside.
still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman
Oh my
so
God,
that you
that's
can gather as
compound,
much information
Alan.
as you possibly can as you attended. That conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Ask it a different way.
It's
Sure.
both argumentative and
Did you
compound.
have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it. I'll use your word.
Much better
That
way to put it.
conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Ms. McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Ms. Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Okay.
That's the part
I
with the compound
started
question.
the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment
Of course.
and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
I think the court said only one person objecting, and I think the prosecution took that to not be the person questioning. So we'll see.
What part of the treatment were you
Nobody's
responsible
fussed about it. So
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Correct.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him, in other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay.
Miss
And
Pilot,
chest
say hello
compressions.
to your bird
I'm going
wolf
to butcher
for
this
me.
because I've never been trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated palm over one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving
Sir Alan Real. Is this what we're doing?
up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if
I didn't get an answer, correct?
yes,
Pause. Just let the
I'll wait
sirens.
till
Yeah.
what were you wearing?
What was I wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat,
Okay.
uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Do you remember what Miss McLaughlin was wearing?
It's probably on the video.
I don't.
Okay.
It's probably on the video. But Alan can be very, very charming.
That
when
conversation
you
that you
see the
had
witness
with-
react, you see him react. And even the cameraman wants to focus on what Alan's doing, not the prosecution. He is very and can be very charming. How this jury will feel about it might be mixed, but it allows for the light moments when there need to be light moments. It will depend on when it feels schmarmy to some or not, but that's going to grow. I don't mind the little light moments at this point. It pulls people in so they
Miss
listen.
Reed at the scene.
And it's just a welcome change from the
that had to have
prosecution.
lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once
That's
you
not the
finished
jury
your
on camera.
conversation with Ms. Reed,
That's the audience,
did you
mostly
then start attending
the-
specifically to the chest compressions and
victim's
the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're
that we've heard so much about.
doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney.
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of patrol cars, cruisers, and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously, when you got into the ambulance, you would shut the doors.
Correct.
There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance, did you?
No.
Okay. And you were in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time?
Nuttall and Kelly.
And firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's two different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the two areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's
I
not
think
that long.
the most
I'd like to play that portion
important
of the video
testimony
for you.
we've gotten so
and when
far.
it's done, firefighter Nuttall, not firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the
Yes,
wrong notes.
yesterday.
Firefighter Flematti, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation.
That
For the
Officer
laser
O'Keefe
pointer?
was on top of
My
this.
client. Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just
And
to
that he was
orient you,
visible
if
from
I
the
may, Your
street,
Honor.
and that there
The
was no
top,
coat.
This. Let me see if I can do
I think
this.
those are the most important things
The
that
top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I want to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Oh, she sounds annoyed as fuck. She sounds very annoyed. I'm going to answer questions. Oh, wait, no, we've got to catch up. I've been pausing. She sounds very annoyed, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to zoom till we get back in real time. That is the victim's family. I would also be frustrated if I was them with how slow this is all moving.
For this, until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. Go ahead and play that.
This was not in evidence because this is a split view. So this is each individual video is in evidence, but this view is not in evidence yet.
Can you pause it?
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar again, please.
Fantastic, ma'am. We're gonna go ahead and get to some questions while you guys are at sidebar. Let's see if we can catch up to real time. And this is why I never worry about pausing. There's going to be a million questions or comments under each video. I mean, like 3 that are like, "Oh my God, you're talking." Yes, that's what we do here. But it helps. I guess we're caught up to real time. It helps to be able to pause every now and then to explain, especially in cross-examination that moves quickly. So I'm going to answer some of your questions. Thank you, Nicole, for the gifted membership. Thank you, Rashida, for the gifted membership. Courtney said, I keep coming back to the fact that the defense stated if he died when the prosecution said all the police should have noticed his body outside when they left. Same. It was an excellent point to make in opening because it is a point that is stuck out in my mind. And there is nothing from the prosecution's opening that stuck out, even though the prosecution said things that mattered. The way they were said made it very hard to follow. The prosecution said multiple times, the defendant said, I hit him.
Folks, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Really? Okay. Well, I guess the court is now on recess. let's swoop and answer some questions. And that was interesting. I have no idea what happened. No idea. The court obviously wants to talk to counsel. I have George fuzz on my face. I have no idea why they took a recess. She probably wants to talk to the attorneys a little bit more, not at sidebar, and to kick the juries out. But he's allowed to question about the videos if the video shows when fire shows up or shows the scene adequately, because the pictures are crap. So does the video show, okay, is this where you saw the human form? Where? When you arrived? Things like that. So, okay. Let's get to some of your questions real quick. And not much has happened this morning. It hurts my head. All right. We are, I don't even know how long, an hour into the morning, and we are still on the witness that we started with, which is the lead fire medic, Mr. Flamel. Did I get his name wrong? Am I conflating it with Harry Potter? Hold on. What? No, I need to look at my notes. Where did it go? Where are my notes? Flematti. Sorry, Mr. Flematti. You are now Nicholas Flamel. My brain has jumped the shark this morning. The interesting testimony from the prosecution was that there was snow up to the middle of the victim, Officer O'Keefe's ribs when he was laying on the ground. That's where the defense really picked up in cross-examination, saying that the victim, Officer O'Keefe, was laying on top of the snow and was not under the snow. It looks like the attorneys are up at sidebar because they are not at defense table. So that's where we're at. We also heard from this witness that they believed that Officer O'Keefe was not dressed appropriately for the weather. And he said like a long sleeve shirt and thinner clothes, but not dressed appropriately for the weather. We're going to see if the court puts some of this on the record. And then I'm going to get into questions. But that's where we're at. Again, the prosecution's...
You are muted. Yes, I'd like to see it.
The prosecution's time went back and forth. The judge has an issue with this exhibit. So that's why we are now dealing with it. They also, in the prosecution's case, went through what time things were administered. And to be fair, the prosecution elicited from this witness the statement, I hit him, oh God, I hit him. And this is another EMS first responder that heard that statement from Karen Reed and said, I was trying to ask, hit him with what? Your fist? Kicked him, what happened? And that conversation was unproductive. There's my summary, as they are now going over this split footage that the judge seems to have an issue with, probably because she hasn't seen it before in this manner. So she wants to watch the whole thing before she allows the jury to see it. Madeline asked the question in the chat that everyone wants to know. Emily, why are they not having full days of court 5 days a week? I have no idea. I've emailed and asked the court clerk, and I have not gotten a response on the schedule. I don't know. It might be due to the judge's other cases. I don't know. But it would allow the jurors some opportunity to work if they can work from home. So for the jurors, that might actually be a benefit. Yes, they might want to get it over, but it actually gives them some time to work. The top dash cam video does look like people working on the victim on the stretcher, because you can see somebody giving compressions. I don't know why we need the split cam view though. The top video is from Officer Serif's dash cam, and we haven't seen this part of Officer Serif's dash cam. They stopped it before this. But I would rather see a bigger version of Officer Serif's cam and not, my brain can't also process the light speed to end or happening on the bottom of the screen. But yes, it does seem that Officer Good wasn't there yet if the times are the same, and the times are synced up on the 2 dash cams, which might be the point. But it's hard. Like, can't we put the driving one smaller and then the one showing things bigger? Like, I don't. The content creator in me is like, I have issues. I have issues with the way they've decided to split screen. There's the fire truck, cop car, ambulance, civilian car.
That's the extent of or approximately the extent of the length of the video, the clip that I was going to play.
Okay. All right. So we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Football rise for the extended recess.
Okay, now we're back on recess. All right. Goodbye, fan. So that's what the court wanted to see, was the extent of the video. I don't love the split view. I really, I just wish we'd see it. What's the point? We'll see. I'm not going to guess at what the defense wants to prove with this. We will see what questions they ask, and then we'll know. I'm going to answer your questions in super chats. And I'm going to make another reminder to both get the Lawnerd app, do the likey, subscribey things. For those of you that are new Lawnards to the channel, if you have just found my channel due to coverage of this case, thank you for making this the #1 place to watch trials, along with the rest of the Lawnerd community. This is an incredible community of very supportive Lawnards. We love having conversations about cases and keeping our minds open to the evidence as best we can. Do I keep my mind as open to the lawyers? I can do better. I can do better. I keep my mind open to the evidence. The way it's presented sometimes just literally causes furrows in my brain. But if you are new to the Lawnerd community, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat, and don't forget to do the likey, subscribey things. Why? Because I have a running joke with my 12-year-old that I am not a real YouTuber, and I am trying to prove otherwise, though he keeps moving the bar and had the audacity to tell me yesterday, the day before, this week has run together since Monday. My brain became numb somewhere in the middle of the prosecution's opening statement, and I don't know what day it is anymore. Had the audacity to tell me my hair is not naturally purple, and I am offended. So for those of you that appreciate it, and those of you that don't know me, I think I should just reiterate a couple things. One, I have been an attorney for, almost 19 years. I can't admit, I'm going to go back to 15 years. I'm just going to go back to saying I've been an attorney for 15 years. I can't. We're in 2024, like 19 years. So yes, we are not a spring chicken over here, because look, when you have the experience that I have, you've got to be a lawyer for a bit of time. I can't believe it. 19 years. Oh, my birthday's next week, y'all. We're getting there. I've been a lawyer almost 20 years. True Virgo said EDB 15 years plus shipping and handling. Exactly. I'm just going to go with for over 15 years. No, at some point, I'm just going to embrace the fact that I have the experience that I have. But I look at it and I'm like, where did time go? Like, where did time go? Like, how did it end? But I did work as a criminal prosecutor for over 10 years. I worked in the same office that this defense attorney worked in at the same time while he was prosecuting the Spectre case. Well, starting to prosecute the Spectre case. It was not a swift process. So it's fascinating to me. And it's part of the reason I wanted to jump into this case. A, this case has a lot of questions, and I want to see if they are answered or not. And B, I really wanted to see Alan Jackson in trial again, because I enjoy seeing Alan Jackson in trial. Somebody asked, did we hang out? Oh, no. I was a new DA and he was in major crimes. No. Did I see him at the office? Yes. No. There is definitely a striation of experience at the DA's office. And I understand it, because some people don't last like 3, 4, 5 years. So I had a senior DA who I actually grew to quite like by the end of my career. say to all of us, because she would never call us by our names. She would come into court and be like, are you the prelim person today? And then check in on her cases. And I'm like, yeah, I'm Emily. She's like, yeah. I'll learn everybody's names when you guys stay around for a while. But until you're like a grade 3, I'm not going to bother learning your names. And I was like, noted. I'm like, but I'm fun. Like, we could get to, no. Another one of the senior DAs was like, I only go to lunch with 3 people because I can't deal with all the bullshit that happens trying to get to lunch with more than 3 people. No, it's kind of valid. It's kind of like, I mean, if you're here, I'll get to know you later, but y'all, and to be fair, at the beginning of the DA's office, we rotate around quite a lot. So sometimes you're at a place for like 3 months. Sometimes you're at a place for 6 months. Sometimes you're at a place for like 2 months. And it's just like, y'all just are literally a rotating door of attorneys. Once you're around for a while, I'll get to know your name. So as I came back to that courthouse, then got to know me. But then I was also put in an office with another Emily, and it caused all of the fucking confusion in the world. And they assigned us to the same courtroom. So the judge is like, I need Emily. And we'd be like, which one? Oh, anyway, story time is over. We're going to do this. Oh, just Samantha. No, there is not. No, there is not. I tried to stay away from media cases. Hey, it's good to see our friend JB in the chat. Good morning, JB, founder of the Stream Center over there at WFLA News. My Stream Center is a fraction of the badassery that JB's got going on in studio, but I take inspo from JB's Stream Center, and JB and I love the same soundboard. So there's that. I'm going to keep answering questions instead of telling stories about back in my day. Some of those we save for the members only live stream because they're not appropriate. Look. Okay, one more. When I became a newer DA, one of my supervisors was talking to me about like the old school days in the office, when everybody assumed that because she was female, she was part of the stenography pool or one of the secretaries and would not treat her as an actual lawyer because they believed that she was not in fact a lawyer because of like lady brain. So we had these conversations and it blew my mind that this attorney and I are working. I'm like, I started in the office in early 2006. And she's telling me that in her career, and she was not at the end of her career by any means, that A, nobody believed that she was an attorney because she was a woman. And B, bosses still would have like pinup calendars in their office and like Playboy calendars in their office and stuff. And she's like, I would walk into somebody's office and there would be a mostly naked woman on the calendar. I'm like, what is happening? It was just the amount of change the office went through in her time in the office was telling, but it was also wild because we're not that far removed, and it's just wild to me. So I always appreciated, especially the more senior DAs in the office, to pull in the younger attorneys and be like, this is how much that has changed, but we're going to keep pushing. I always made a point to put up calendars that equally objectified men. So we had my Dave Matthews Band calendars on the wall, though some of the local police departments would occasionally do calendars. And I'd be like, but it's weird if you're like on my wall, not clothed, and then like sitting in my office clothed. Like that's not okay for me. Like I'm married. Like this is strange. So the Dave Matthews Band was just on my wall because yes, we had calendars hanging on our walls, sometimes like 3 of them at a time, because that's what you need to get through working in trial court. If you know, you know. All right, Brandy, everyone told Karen that Jay wasn't in the house, right? So isn't it reasonable to argue that Karen Reed said I hit him because everyone told her the victim, John O'Keefe, wasn't in the house? Not an admission, but more of a theory. I don't know. The defense, I think, will get there based on what other people may have told her on the drive over to the scene. So I think we will see some of that later. So the fact that this was still happening when there were Magic Mike posters makes me sad for the world, but also, I mean, you push back where you can. AR in the chat said, in response to similar pics in my PhD office, I hung a Magic Mike poster. I mean, you know. Emily, can you finish the story about a 15-year-old and your hair? I have a 15-year-old boy too and can only imagine what was. Oh no, my 12-year-old was teasing me that I couldn't. He was asking me how old I was because he forgot, because God bless ADHD. And I was asking him how old he thought I was. And he's like, but you're like in your 30s, but your hair's kind of white. And I said to my 12-year-old, sir, this is exactly how I said it. Sir, my hair is not white. It is purple. To which he said, that is not your natural hair color. I think what he actually said was, but that's not your natural color though. Okay, G. Thanks, son. Thanks. I said, but it is. And I said, I have earned the racing stripes on my head. And I don't mind them. Honestly, I don't. I don't mind my racing stripes. I can't wait till they are in full glorious badassery. I am ready for all of my racing stripes. And then we will have racing stripes and purple. So anyway, it was just my kid giving me such a hard time. But look, I'm not a trial attorney anymore. I don't have to go to court. I can be what terrified my mother when I was 15, going to Offspring concerts. And my mom's like, you're going to end up with like dyed hair and tattoos. Yes. I'm glad you accurately clocked the trajectory of my life, Mom. Yes. Dyed hair and tattoos. No nose ring though, but there's still time. OG Sean White said, I live one town from this. Canton police are so crooked. I think we're going to see the full effect of it. Cops like this is why Boston has a code of silence. The thing that's confusing is the victim is a cop. I realize they're different departments, but this case is weird. I used prosecution for sleep after a steroid shot. Just pop on the opening statements. It is a very monotone situation. I can't start another channel, J. Michael. I still owe you guys content for the legal ASMR. I never finished my ASMR reading of the Constitution. I've promised a few things that I've not delivered on. I'm sorry, ADHD. I will at some point, I promise. We did the Constitution. We have not done the Bill of Rights. We have not done some of the letters from the founders. I owe you quite a lot, actually, on that channel. Megan the Moon said, so we are having EDB has been a lawyer for 20 years celebration next year, right? We need it. We can. Do you know what we're celebrating today, chat? I'm going to answer a few questions while you guess. Do you know what we're celebrating today after stream? I'll let you know. I don't know. The Great Big Geek said, I've started keeping a journal to keep track of which side has told me certain facts. So far, the prosecution taught me it's cold and pizza was consumed. It was cold and it was snowing. Lori A, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Brandy Rose, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Today we are celebrating, Hogue. Also, Sarah said, Happy Autism Awareness Month. I didn't realize it was Autism Awareness Month. That is fantastic. We are celebrating Hogue today. My friend Rick Hogue, also attorney, one of the smartest humans I know, and I'm glad to know. Normally, humans that smart are immediately put off by my ADHD wanderings. Hogue seems to be delighted by all the ADHD folks in his life. But Hogue won the Stroke Awareness Awards for the incredible work he did on his channel, sharing openly a very traumatic experience with his own stroke and stroke recovery, and is doing a celebration stream after this stream. So I will be popping over there. After this stream. So yes, the vote for Hogue worked. It wasn't just me. It was myself and Ian and Rob and Alita and many, many others that were pulling for Rick to be acknowledged for the work that he did, because suffering a physical injury for me was life altering in multiple points of my life. Suffering an injury to your brain and your brain fundamentally working different changes things. And that's a very vulnerable thing. Even times talking about my shoulder injury and recovering from that and talking about it in my TED Talk choked me up and made me very vulnerable. It altered the course of my life and my identity and how I viewed myself and my own and my own capability. Injuring my back was the same. Having health problems and some chronic health problems was the same. It altered my identity. It altered how I saw myself, and it took time to recover. Brain injuries, it's hard to explain to people because they look at you and they're like, what? And to be able to honestly and vulnerably explore the challenges in that in such an open way is not just inspiring, but it's incredibly courageous. And their family went through so much. I still remember getting the messages from Miss Hoglaw talking about Rick's stroke and the condition that he was in and the sheer terror I felt from afar. And he's amazing. His family's amazing. And they've done a lot for stroke awareness. And I'm so excited that he was recognized. A lot of time creator work goes without acknowledgement. The audience always acknowledges it, but without external acknowledgement. And I'm really glad to see him being acknowledged because it is a struggle. So we will put a link down to that here. So I'm really excited that Hoke won. It's so good. Jay Michael, thank you for this. Who said, oh yes, vulnerability and drastic change can really empower someone. It can be a positive alteration. My cancer journey has really formulated my goals in nursing. And that life is short moment can really change things. But I think talking about it, this is like the fundamental core principle of my channel. I think talking about it helps us all not only see things in ourselves, learn things about ourselves, learn things about each other, and connect to one another. I will say it, and I will never stop saying it. Humans learn through conversation. We learn through communicating with each other. And if you can't talk openly, or if someone can't talk openly, we might not learn. I didn't realize on a small scale the food allergies that I had until a friend was talking to me about their experiences. And on and on and on. It's why I talk so openly about my own struggles, what I've struggled with, struggles with ADHD, dyslexia, and all the other neurospicy things that I've learned about myself in covering these trials. I didn't even learn that people had a mind's eye until we were in the Paltrow trial. And I'm like, wait. That's not like a rhetorical, like I visualized it. People can actually like see shit in their brains. Like pictures. Really? Huh. That's not me at all. And I think that's really helpful. So I'm really excited for Hogue. I'll be popping over there to celebrate in a little bit. It's fantastic. So Emily, you need to update your intro. The intro is going to get updated. We're going to shorten it. We're going to keep clipping away at it. Not too much, but we're going to keep clipping away at it. Milky Way, thank you. Watching EDB and this chat has helped me understand myself more. Because can't we all be more open and compassionate and empathetic to others when we understand ourselves better? And I think when you understand what you're going through, it's easier to understand what others might be going through and have some more openness to others. And I think there's boundaries to that, but yes. Sam said, I'm on the road to recovery from my stroke on April 7th. EDB, glad to see you here in the chat and glad to see so many of you sharing. And my friend Amy Van Dyken shares about her journey from Olympic athlete to traumatic spinal injury and advocating for access and disability access and wheelchair access, and shares very openly the ins and outs and the struggles because she's going to continue to use her badassery to talk about everything from weed and nerve pain to how the fuck does UPS think it's okay to keep parking in the handicap spots? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, I love it. Yay. Let's continue. Questions, because they're not done. Thank you, Princess Claudia. I will try. Today is probably not the day, but I will try. We're going to try to get to some more questions. April's Autism Awareness Month, not May. Thank you, Iffers Icklings. Yay, Hogue. I'm going to go with it. We're so close to it being May that for some of us, it's still April, and that's fine. we're going to go with that. I saw one of you, Rachel Riker in the chat said, Emily, you're the reason me and my kids are getting Erlin tested. We failed past the online test. It's just information gathering. And these help me quite a lot. You talking about ADHD helped me understand my husband better. I'm glad. Sometimes I hope me talking about ADHD helps my husband understand me better. Our neurospices don't always match up. So, but the chat has helped me learn so much. Same here at EDB. Chat has helped me to be more open and learn more about myself. And it's great. I feel like the internet gets so siloed right now that open conversation can be hard and sometimes scary.
To sidebar, the jurors are coming in.
The jurors are on the way. The judge is going to sidebar. I saw the question, is today a half day from Susan? Yes, it is. I didn't mean to like soliloquy during the break, but we had a minute. So here we are. I think what the judge is saying is she wants to talk to the lawyers while we
Bring the jury.
And I'm ready for it. The judge's voice reminds me of the NPR ladies of the SNL skits. I keep waiting for her to mention dusty muffins or sweaty balls. If sweaty balls happens, I will literally fall the fuck off of my chair. I think I missed somebody's super chat. I'm sorry if I missed it. I think I accidentally ungrabbed it. Sean C. Kate said, as a TBI survivor, congrats, Hogue. Sometimes I think the injuries that people can't see are difficult to explain to somebody. It's like, hey, just a reminder, my brain works a little different. Like, I'm not trying to be spicy or difficult or rude or whatever. It's just like sometimes I don't read situations properly. And after TBIs, I imagine it's the same of being like, hey, could you repeat that? My kids and I have realized how much our auditory processing impacts us. And there's times I'll look at my 16-year-old, I'm like, I'm looking at you and you're talking to me, but the words aren't making sense. Can you just try one more time? Spicy Vet Med said, I'll be landing in Nashville on the 10th. Do you need all dressed chips for your birthday? Spicy Vet Med, thank you. Runkle has me covered on all dressed chips. The offer is very sweet and I appreciate it. Katrina Lynn said, and if you park in the no parking next to the wheelchair access, like I have to get out, I have to use a walker at all times. Yes, which happens. It's like, that's not a parking spot. That is space so people can get out of the cars. And I think some people, don't give a fuck because they're rude, but I think some people also don't know. The court is showing the defendant's support or family. I'm not sure who all the members of the gallery are, but this is the gallery that they're showing. Can the prosecution object to the defense saying, oh, so you don't remember that? They can. Would the objection be assuming facts not in evidence? It would be no question pending, but they could object. They don't. The sides have been pretty restrained on their objections so far. How come the lawyers can object but not give a reason? The judge told them to. The judge said no grounds, no nothing, just object. I also have a question about this, and we're not going to know until we get to the pathologist. There are multiple pathologists in this case. So, Flematti said 4 to 6 inches of snow. O'Keefe wasn't in the snow. He said O'Keefe was on the snow. Yeah, not in the snow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They did do quite a work.
From Flematti, I want to draw your attention to the top video.
And we're going to see the video now with questions.
Pause it and ask you a couple of questions. Let's go ahead. Pause.
Confidence matters, Mr.
Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame, rather, from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that area.
Why don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who.
How would you recognize any people on this video?
Based on your memory. Have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory.
Right.
Is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in?
He's going to say, I don't know.
Or your colleagues made contact.
Oh, he might know that.
Approximately. I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be my guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Wait, no, back to the video. Back to the video. Back to the video. I couldn't see where the victim was. but I can see the flagpole. That's about all I can see is the flagpole. I can see whatever they just picked up on the ground there, but
You see the person enter from
the Officer Good dash cam is so large that I can't see Officer Serif's cam, and it's really frustrating.
screen left into the frame.
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there.
Ooh, that's a good pointer.
Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
I hope it's clearer in court. Remember, the jury will have these videos to look at in their own time.
This person wearing yellow right there on the left side.
Is that yellow? I see a person by a flagpole
If you're
or
telling me that's
impaled
a
by a
person,
flagpole.
sure, yes.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead. Pause it. Okay. Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but
No.
it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion
Okay.
that would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I don't know.
I
He's like,
couldn't tell you.
I don't know.
Is the time accurate? Or 6:13?
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I
He's
couldn't
like, I
tell you
don't
if
know.
that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who was responsible for doing the chest compressions?
multiple people
Whoever's
rotate.
closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case.
Yes.
I know everybody's trained.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them.
We rotated.
Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
Don't know.
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go and play.
He answered very well with that. He's like, I don't know. I can't tell. And he can't answer what he can't see.
Basically in the middle of the screen there.
And the defense wants
Yes.
to make fetch happen.
Does
That's
that
their
appear to be my
job.
client? Or can you tell?
I can't tell.
But it's real. How can you fucking see anything? I can see a woman with hair. That's about all I got. And again, the camera at the bottom is so distracting, it's hard to pay attention to what's going up at the top. So I don't blame him for being like, I don't know, that's a stretcher. I got
See
that.
individuals entering from screen right.
Yes.
Who does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Okay, and who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. The person in the hood.
That wasn't me.
Just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person in the hood?
No.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
I'm trying. Again, the video at the bottom is so distracting, it's hard to see the video at the
activity
top.
that's going on
I hate it.
just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame. Can you describe for the jurors?
They have the full video from Officer Serif in evidence. I don't know why they are playing it with it so letterboxed to the top and the other video at the bottom. I don't understand this choice.
What that activity
And I
is?
hate it.
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
And also,
Let's pause it.
this
Now, this
witnesses
person now
testified at
appears
multiple
to be
grand
facing
juries.
the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
He's not going to say, I know for sure this is so-and-so or so-and-so if he can't tell, which you should do. He's like, I testified to what I remember. I can't tell what they're doing. That's a lot of people around what appears to be a stretcher.
Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
I don't see a yellow jacket. I see
What
reflective.
does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
I'm going to move
Chest
the...
compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
Yeah, we rotate.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the
How
entire
many
length
times
of
has this man
video,
done CPR?
Do you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions
I want the answer so badly to be like, sir, I can't see shit on this video.
from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could
Can't
be the
tell.
same person. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Oh, she's getting feisty. Did you hear why? We're going to back it up real quick. That was argumentative. And now the judge is going to start admonishing the jurors to
You were doing
disregard
chest
the
compressions.
defense questions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video, do you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Oh, that's asked and answered. Would you say that's probably you? Oh, also calls for speculation.
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
I was answering a question in the chat and I missed what caused the feistiness. Cooper Ridge asked, are we in the defense case? And I was saying we are weeks away from that. We are on witness 6 of the prosecution's case and we have barely established anything. I don't know what pissed this judge off real quick, but it was swift. I think it's the asked and answered, but I'm not sure. So I want to hear it again.
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Asked and answered, asked and answered, asked and answered, asked and answered. That's why. This person has not said they identify that as a firefighter, that they can't tell, they can't see on the video. The defense is asked and answered. It looks like the defendant is trying to see what's going on at sidebar, because of course you would. That's a long sidebar. It's a real big watch walking by, Alan.
The person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket, and build, I would guess it was either firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
I would guess.
My best estimation would be firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
speculation. The thing is, he doesn't know, and it's okay for this witness to be like, I don't know.
Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as firefighter McLaughlin.
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
And this is why, because if that's not McLaughlin and that's him, it makes him look like his testimony is faulty. He said clearly, I can't recall that, and should have stuck to his guns with, I don't know who it is.
My guess would be,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
Go ahead and play.
I think the prosecution should have objected there instead of the judge doing it.
At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the
I
gurney.
can hear the judge breathing into the mic.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower
I mean, they were
video.
They
And
were
we're just gonna
improper
let that play
questions.
for a couple minutes and see if you recognize anything.
The judge is
I'll ask
allowed
the
to object
prosecution.
sua sponte. but they were improper questions. That looks like a blanket that somebody's shaking snow off of.
I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. You see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
You recognize who that is?
No.
Go ahead, Glenn.
That's not wind from the video. That's someone breathing on the mic with their full chest. Joni, I don't think the jury can hear the judge breathing and stuff. The microphones are feeding out, not into the courtroom. They're feeding out
Look at the
to
lower video. Do you see what
the
appears to be
internet.
a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
So
That
no.
appeared to be the ambulance that you arrived in,
Yes.
and that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
The doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, if this was, let me just ask it a different way. If this was running continuously,
Yeah.
no pauses, you've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance, would you have gotten in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the
He
answer.
said I don't recall.
I don't know.
Next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Okay. Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
You're calling for speculation.
Where
Hope
would
we
Mr.
were just
O'Keefe
singing
have
your praises at the break.
Been in the ambulance. Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go ahead, Glenn. Stop. Okay. Taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen.
Damn it, now
Yes.
I'm in the way.
That appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people,
I have to
including the
keep
person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the
ping-ponging
person that was
where I'm at.
directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin.
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
Calls for
No.
speculation.
You don't think that's her?
Asked and answered.
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Looking at the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? That appeared to be my client.
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
That appear to be what she's doing right there?
I can't tell.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, it calls for speculation and it's asked and answered. He can't tell. Ask
At
McLaughlin.
this point, where do you believe you were now?
I don't remember.
No idea. Yep.
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
Asked and answered. I would start objecting nonstop,
I don't remember.
kind of like I'm doing now.
Testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flematti, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
A or B.
Okay. When did what equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment, basically.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them
He-
continuously throughout the call.
So
They
you just
rotate-
put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for some.
Do not try to make something out of nothing. There is so much something in this case. Making something out of nothing runs the risk of annoying the jury and looking like a nothing burger. There is so much in this case. This paramedic said that they rotated out who was doing chest compressions. What other there is there?
Equipment.
Not what I said. So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider, I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving.
He didn't say he was. He said he could have been.
A vital, life-saving endeavor, correct?
No.
Yes,
That
He
had
said
to have
he
been your focus, correct?
Could have been.
that was at the time, yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes,
because it was inclement. It was freezing out, correct?
yes,
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because, in your words, you testified on direct
Oh my God,
examination.
Alan, stop yelling at all
you
of us.
believe that there
And
might be some viability left.
yes.
So CPR and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
Yes.
They're running a full
You didn't
code
go
and
find
he's in charge of it.
Equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, and now he
So at
backed
this
down.
point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
Now he backed down.
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And he backed down and the defense got their argument. He said, you weren't gathering equipment. You were getting in the ambulance, weren't you? And he was like, yes. You, as
Did
a
you
witness,
see
though,
any
you
place in
cannot
that
just
video
give in.
where you had any sort
Because
of
now his
detailed conversation
testimony's conflicting.
with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with
Proctor? Is it Proctor?
Yuri Butnik
Not Proctor.
on February 8th.
He's probably trying to nail down what this testimony is to impeach with either a prior statement, prior testimony at the two grand juries, and that's where we're going. That's where we're going now.
That my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him.
That's
Is that
why
what you
he
told
wanted to know.
Sergeant Butnik?
That's why he's trying to nail it down, right? Because remember the video? The ambulance doors are closed. Karen Reed is outside speaking to someone. He's trying to get to the point of, if you were in the ambulance when the medical history is happening, you can't have heard that. So that's why it was, where are you on the video? Where is she on the video? And in your prior statement, you said it was while they were getting medical history, but you're in the ambulance, aren't you? That's where we're at now. That's why he was relentless on trying to figure out where this witness was.
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, firefighter Flematti, that Katie
That's what he's
McLaughlin
trying to nail down.
is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
Now, whether the jury sees that or not
I
is a
can't
different
tell from the
question,
video.
because y'all have me.
You do know, however, that
And each
during
other.
this time,
Chat is back.
you're in an ambulance probably 30 or 40 feet away with the doors closed.
I don't know.
And he
You certainly
said,
don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
I was either in the
Doesn't
ambulance
appear.
or getting equipment. Which is why he was trying to nail down you were in the ambulance.
If we're done with the videos, can we take it down, please?
Of course. Yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Your Honor.
So that's what the defense is trying to get at.
You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Correct.
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
that statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that the goal of life-saving
You said
measures?
you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? Correct. That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oakey.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
That's the point. You do have to
Documentation for us ends at transfer of patient
That's
care.
not an answer.
As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
Okay.
You do.
Yes.
Don't you think that would be
Have
important?
you ever testified about that?
To tell the nurses?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody.
Nobody ever?
In the court setting, no.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes.
The
During the course of
tone.
that conversation that was under oath, did you ever
Tone
disclose
matters.
that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Mr. Lally didn't ask that.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out.
Alan,
That
that's
you told
unfair.
the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact you described that this patient was like.
Also, it doesn't at this point even matter if what he's saying is what he said at the hospital or not. If it leaves the impression that his story has changed, that's what matters.
Hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
He didn't say, yeah, that misstates the testimony.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative
Yes.
about your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed
Now we're at the
as
report.
possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Seems important
Take a
if
look at
somebody
page
says I hit him to include it,
3 of
doesn't
5
it?
of your report.
Yes.
Doesn't
You see
it?
that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate
It's a good question.
that my client
Where do
said
you
the
say
words,
that?
I hit him?
Where do you put that in the report?
It doesn't say that.
Right. Where do
Can
you
you
put that?
point to your report, the portion of your
Good
report
questions.
where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, I hit him?
It's not in there. This is a good line of questioning.
Doesn't say that.
Can you
Right.
point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Right.
Doesn't say that.
Right. Right. Don't you want the hospital to know
You
all of
indicated
the
on direct
information?
examination that you
Isn't
were,
that
quote,
important
unquote,
to
looking
life-saving
for
measures?
anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
This is the critical part of the cross.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? That's a fair
Do you
question.
believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Yeah.
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
No, that's not argumentative.
It would have been important, yes.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
Right.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed?
Sir, the answer is
And
no.
you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
We understand it's because you weren't asked. The thing
Everyone,
that's
Yes.
there's room to explain this on redirect, but I don't think the prosecution
That's all I know.
can
Hey,
do it.
Mr. Lally?
He left this cross with, your goal was to try to save this man's life, essentially. And you didn't think saying that you heard a woman on the scene saying, I hit him, and you suspected he was hit by a car would help the hospital staff figure out what to do to save his life. You don't think that's important? Because it seems like maybe the most important. That's what he's left the cross with. I don't think the prosecution is skilled enough to fix that for this witness. I don't think they can. So we'll see. He's like, I wasn't asked. Fair, you weren't asked. But it's not in the reports, and I think it's not in the reports is more important than I wasn't asked. Don't you? You tell me what you think.
So Firefighter Flematti, you had been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended. And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she...
Ooh, I wanted to point out this point because it was a great, the law nerds, you guys are so skilled. Terry said, I never documented what I told the hospital staff. That's in their report. I think that this prosecutor, if that's true, because they would have seen the hospital reports, should ask, what's your understanding of what goes in the hospital reports versus yours? I don't think he can. The problem is it leaves the jury with the impression, and that impression stays with them until the hospital staff testifies 2 weeks from now. So I don't think he can clarify it. If it's in the hospital report, he should. I don't know if he will.
hit him, or I hit him. That occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Lyndon, for always pointing out the sunny side
Now-
for Lolly. I'm going to focus on his pen.
Turning back to sort of
Let's figure out
when
what it
you're
is.
coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So you know that going there, correct?
Correct.
And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions?
His
for that long period
questions
of time?
make it hard to follow. Is there an answer?
Those videos that you were showing up on the
He didn't
screen,
even-
have you ever seen either of those videos?
There's
So you have no
nodding
idea
his
as far
head
as
is not an answer.
times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
No.
Somebody's tapping their fingers.
The conversation in which you
Hurting
heard
my
the
brain.
defendant say, I hit him, and the conversation that firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, I hit him, those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations.
That's
And you weren't even
helpful.
present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
That's helpful, but the impact is not clear. Which is, this
When
happened
you
at
were
different
interviewed by the
occasions.
juror and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said
That's compound.
to you, "I hit him," repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of, there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicle sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, "I hit him," the red flag of him being underdressed and not. People don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
You know when these questions would have been helpful, Lolly? On direct.
All right,
May I, Your Honor?
a couple of questions.
A recross. We'll see.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video that was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
You just watched the video.
I can't
know.
tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
That video's not
Did it
clear.
appear to you in watching that video
Asked and answered.
the person that
There's an
started on
objection
the
coming.
chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued
It's like,
all
I
the
can't
way
fucking
through,
tell.
up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, it's asked and answered. He can't tell from the video. He can't tell from the video. Argue it later. You made much better points with this witness,
You
which is,
indicated that
I don't think who's doing CPR and who heard the statement even matters at this point. I think it's stronger that you never wrote anywhere that you thought that she said, I hit him, and he thought he was hit by a car. I think that's the stronger point at this point.
when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your
Maybe it's just
response
me.
was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Oh, that's argumentative.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car.
No, he said, I thought it might be
and
possible.
she said she did it.
I did not say that.
He did not say
So
that.
what? Am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
He did not say
So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if
Yep.
you had said that to the staff of the hospital, the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
that. That calls for speculation.
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set?
Good questions.
All right, you are all set, firefighter Flematti.
Good.
Paramedic Flematti, thank you.
Good questions.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think it's right there.
All right, next witness, Matthew Kelly. If it's not in anyone's reports, it's going to come out. The thing is, the defense does a very good job at leaving the impression in the jury's mind. They ask the jury to wait for them. They ask the jury to keep an open mind, and they are putting those seeds out there, the prosecution is not doing as well as clearing them up. And part of that's the tone of presentation.
I do.
Morning. So you consider stand however you're comfortable. Just bring. Perfect. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
I think this is witness
morning,
number
sir.
7.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
Are we going through all of them
And
then?
how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to
If we have to go through all the training qualifications to become a paramedic again, I'm going to scream.
working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, Brewster Ambulance Service, for approximately 5 months.
As an EMT.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before working as a paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. And so prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regards to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course, and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals. And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course.
Hopefully
and
the
also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your field?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
A field training officer.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, you receive some sort of certification either from the state or some other body?
Are you so certified?
Yes.
Do you have certification in regard to voting?
Yes.
And is that certification up to date at this point?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that.
Wait.
January 29th. You were working with the Canton Fire Department.
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And
look at how quickly he went. Good job, Molly.
Station 1.
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
Look at that.
And
Look
you were
at
assigned to
that.
the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned
Sped
to
it
the
up.
ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Flematti.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
And when you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around?
This actually matters how long
So we
they're
woke
up.
up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot.
Oh, we're not to the snow
and
yet.
just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
Was it snowing?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
You recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.
He didn't ask any more questions about the snow at that
What
point.
was that call, or what was that dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
Awesome.
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Flematti was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance 1 that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to?
He doesn't have to say what.
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robbery at the time.
And Captain Robbery is now the chief of the Canton Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about weather
The
conditions,
conditions.
visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just say, what were the
Just,
conditions?
Heavy snow and wind, real low visibility.
What were your observation of the conditions?
Good amount of snow on the ground, so I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can
Okay.
you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right
Chief
onto Revere Street, left
Canton
onto
Fire.
Sherman
Mick,
Street,
not Chief of
right
Camp
onto
Fires.
Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
But maybe that too.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where
There's
you
a slope.
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably downhill for half of the way through Fairview.
I'm waiting to figure out why the downhill
And
matters.
because of that, I was just trying to go real slow. So
I
we
haven't
didn't,
figured it out
drift
yet,
down the hill.
but I'm waiting to figure out why it matters.
One last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at times. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive mail part, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive mail part?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive mail?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see the victim.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is
Hi,
light out,
Fred.
dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive mail, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. And who did you identify him?
Mr. O'Keefe.
The John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Flematti and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first-in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take
This
a
is all the
cardiac
stuff
monitor.
that
And when you indicate, as far as
the
where Mr.
first
O'Keefe was,
EMT
was anyone
testified
else,
to
or
as
what if any
well.
other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When you
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believe about 5 or so feet in from the roadway, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard
Near the
to,
fire hydrant, which is
Mr. O'Keefe, when
helpful.
you first
Everybody's
come
got
over,
a different
what, if anything,
estimation
did you
of how
observe
far
as
away
far
that is.
as, snow on him or around him or in the area where he was?
I don't really recall.
Do you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point?
Correct.
And when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse, and then after that, while I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions,
Yes.
correct? And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
He's moving through the questioning
on the
much
ground,
faster,
I didn't
which is
observe
helpful.
any injuries or recall
Very
seeing
helpful.
any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces that you can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the roadway?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe?
He had like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yeah.
Cold to touch and stiff is
now at some point
a lot of what we've heard.
During the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal cardiac rhythm where they no longer have a pulse.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically, sort of how are they removed?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
I believe. Did you do it?
Or
who did it?
Shears, what, if any,
did you see someone do it?
Observations did you make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the...
And this is the nonlinear that makes it hard to follow.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the ambulance?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there, you observed 2 females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they looked like or anything about those 2 females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristic did you observe between one or the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with,
that's all I observed.
Thought to be blood around her mouth. What, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
Screaming
as far as
different
things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
That's a different statement.
Was that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue obviously with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flematti, Woodbury, Walsh, and McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care
Against the Tide said they need to oil the doors.
So the
I think
majority
it's
of
the
people from the
juror
department
chairs that are
at one point or
squeaky
another were
and
involved
picking
in
up on the
patient
witness
care
mic.
with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview,
I think it's
where-
the
what hospital
prosecutor
did you
or
go
the
to?
juror
Good
chairs.
Samaritan,
So the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving, where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flematti.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
So I was just helping them. Transport phase, I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic
Did you
compression
drive?
device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
Who was driving that? Didn't you
And
drive
was there
there?
any- who, if
Were you not
anyone
driving
else
back?
in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion?
Who drove back?
We've Nuttall and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of like?
No changes.
Chad is saying McLaughlin drove back. Thank you, Chad. Did McLaughlin testify yet? Did I miss it?
Firefighter Kelly, just directing your attention.
We've
to the
had
screen
Kelly,
marked as
Flematti,
9. Do you recognize that?
and Nuttall.
And where do you recognize that?
We haven't gotten to
The
McLaughlin yet.
location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sure somebody else said
Mrs.
it.
Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18.
I just didn't hear it.
And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen. Do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
The
What's the image
worst
in that photograph?
photo.
The location of the
Ever.
scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically, there's a button there, just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please
The
direct your
green
attention
laser
on screen
pointer
to
on the
whereabouts,
snow
you
is
located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position.
not ideal.
It was about this area right here.
He's circling the area around the flagpole and the brush.
I'm looking further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay.
Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to someone.
Stretch break while they go to sidebar. No, those aren't the jurors on screen. That's the media in the back. This is the victim's family in the front. Let's get to a few of your questions while they're at sidebar. Ms. Peaches said EDB is someone with ADHD and learning disabilities all through school. I wanted to genuinely thank you so much for showing me that I can become a lawyer and that it's possible to finish my degree. Ms. Peaches, it's kind of like that meme on the internet. Don't ask me how I did it. I don't know how I did it. It was hard and I just did it or whatever. That. But you can do it. It's hard, but you can do it. But when you grow up with ADHD and other learning disabilities, everything's hard. So you're used to hard. You can do hard.
Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Just make hard work
We've
for
never
you.
had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you
He said sweatshirt.
remembered that he had on a pair of jeans.
He might ID.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And
He
you
might
remembered
ID that
He
picture.
had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
The defense
And what
wanted
also
somebody to
stuck out
ID
in
it.
your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was.
Oh, we're caught up to real time. Hold on. The interwebs hate it when that happens, but we're caught up to real time.
The shoe or the matching shoe.
Oh,
in the
and now we've
area
lost our
anywhere
sound
around
booster.
where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
That other chat's missing out because they're not us.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used.
I'm just trying to put the...
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they? And if you could describe them.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches, and they have usually a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of 2 curved blades that are used to cut.
And are they essentially a large pair of scissors?
Yes.
And are they sharp
kind of.
in terms of the blades?
Yes.
And they need to be somewhat heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through, correct?
Correct.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating him, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride would it have been sort of the beginning of?
That was
Now,
me.
with regard
That's not
to
your internet.
the
That's my internet.
Clothing that was cut.
I don't know why.
Do you recall if it was the
That was me.
sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
Where
I
the
don't
clothing
recall.
is will matter.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Why would
Where did
on
that
a
clothing
cardiac
go
code?
after it was cut
No.
by the trauma shears during that ride?
Did he cut them? Because you haven't asked if he cut them.
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but
Don't
I
go with what
recall
normally
on
would happen.
all
If
of it.
you didn't do it,
And some of
don't
it could have been on
testify
the
to it.
floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that had been cut?
It gets transferred over to
Oh, thank you,
the
Chad.
RN in charge of the patient.
doesn't remember
and
who cut
usually
them.
stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is
Thanks,
the
Chad.
clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
And do you recall who it was that brought in that clothing?
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Not all in Flematti.
So it had to be one of the three of you that delivered that clothing to an RN, correct?
I mean,
Correct.
unless
Do you know
the
if
driver
all
came
the
in later.
clothing was delivered to an RN, or if some stayed in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
And once you give the clothing to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now let's get back to when you were first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you
Fairly
were
new.
conscious, you had
Very new.
been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning
Yes,
of your
Chet.
career, you don't
He was
want
a
to
rookie,
develop any
rookie,
bad
rookie.
habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flematti went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay.
He did say that.
I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your
just did.
testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flematti went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body. Or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Which is what he thought. But the
how long
cross-examination is
did it take
making
you
him
to
question
supplies?
his own memory because he's
Probably within a minute, I would say.
and the attorney is skilled.
And where was Flematti when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body,
And it's okay.
who
By the way,
assisted you?
if he's focused on getting supplies, it's okay to not know where everyone else goes. I don't know where my kid goes in the kitchen when I'm getting things out of the refrigerator. I don't know until I see him afterwards, but that's not his focus. It's okay to answer that way. It's okay if this witness said, I was focused on getting supplies. I didn't see where anyone else went. That's okay, but he's nervous because new.
With regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Right to be
Flematti,
worried,
Nuttall,
Uncle.
Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all in the treatment portion.
We were
Sure.
running
and
the
the treatment
code,
was essentially
essentially.
CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions?
Yes.
Well, evaluation and
and
then CPR.
dealing with his airway as well?
Correct.
Which of your coworkers and or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flematti, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
The engine guys
who are
being the
the engine
firefighters.
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin.
If
But
you
I don't
can't-
recall who
right.
exactly was getting it.
If you
Right, so
can't
your
recall,
memory is that
do
yourself,
not fill it in
Nuttall,
from it must
and
have been.
Flematti were loading.
If you don't remember, don't remember. if it's like, well, it must have been these people because that's who I think was working. Nope. Don't try to fill it in. Like, I must have had this for breakfast yesterday because that's what I normally have. But today I didn't. So don't fill it in. Don't fill it in. Don't fill it in.
John O'Keefe onto the scoop.
I believe so, yeah.
And then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher.
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right. Do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
I don't know.
Me, Nuttall, Flematti, Walsh, Woodbury.
Okay. And by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
That's not, he hasn't asked and answered that much about the doors being closed, though.
The doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
He doesn't remember
at some point,
is the
yes.
problem.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flematti, correct?
Correct.
Because they want to establish
once those
that
doors
EMS
were closed to the
didn't hear
ambulance,
Karen saying
none of you
what they
left
said.
the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning?
I'm not talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flematti.
I don't believe so.
No.
Don't believe
You would have
so.
remained in the ambulance all the way to the
He's like,
hospital.
I don't know.
That's the point in which the doors would be open, correct?
Correct.
All right.
They're
Now,
trying to establish that people
I'd
couldn't
like
have
to
heard
ask you some questions
what they
about
said.
the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw two women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render
He didn't testify
CPR,
to that.
correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay, calls for speculation, but he didn't testify to that. So there's no foundation for it, which was why there was an objection, because there's no foundation.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught,
Yes.
hysterical,
Yes.
frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say,
Miranda makes an excellent point in the chat saying, but we heard Karen Reed screaming from inside the cop car on the video. Yes. And that's why the prosecution keeps asking how loud she was saying, I hit him. But the prosecution hasn't cleaned that up on redirect ever, not ever once. So yes, we can think it. The jury might be thinking it too, but it's never been cleaned up.
he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that,
She was
correct?
kind of wailing when we heard
It was
audio.
very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first
Telling
time
the jury,
by Mr. Lally or
this
me
witness,
in court today.
this
There have
witness
been other occasions
is
where
consistent.
people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
He's like, I don't remember the date, sir.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date.
Yep.
But you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
Interesting.
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see that.
Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that
Just a little note, right? There's no defense there,
what the woman with
right?
the blood on her mouth said
Just a
was,
little-
he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
Oh yeah, he's gonna
And you
say
testified to
fuck
that
every
today.
time he can.
Yes, sir.
In
You've
court.
never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change.
That's
correct?
argument.
Correct.
All right.
Nobody
At this
objected.
point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion
He's like, I
of
heard
a
what I heard.
video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you
offer
very
it.
much.
I can't say that
With no narration, right?
Never.
with no narration, right? I was the same
And,
way.
Before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could, listen as best you can.
Sure.
I would say fuck as much as I could in court if somebody had said fuck. Depending on the case.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
The judge is not
I
happy with
heard
the way
about
they're doing
Does
that.
he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I made a moment.
Okay.
And you guys, for those of you asking in the chat, this is a half day till 1 p.m. local time. So about an hour left in court today. And that is it. I don't know what we're going to get through between now and 1 p.m., but we'll see. I'm going to zoom a little bit as they approach it. Sidebar, catch us up to real time as best we can, which looks like about now. She's trying to grab
Mr. Kelly, I got
Yannetti
permission to play it one more time.
as he's walking
I'll try my
away.
best.
So
I appreciate that the defense approach to ask if he could play it one more time instead of pissing the judge off in front of the jury. To play it again, Sam, and then listen again. Since we're going to be doing that, I'm going to gain this up just a little bit more. So for those of you in headphones, I'm gaining up the audio as they play this video one more time to listen to what she heard.
Again, and by the way, before it's queued up, I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear, or what you can hear.
Okay.
Yeah, you tell us what you hear.
That's enough.
That's the officer asking.
What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any redirect?
Just briefly on.
Will it be effective?
Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned, were sort of all of you, being yourself, firefighter Flematti, firefighter Nuttall, firefighter McLaughlin, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of your time on scene?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that day heard, correct?
Correct.
And conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Was that during the transport or was that prior? Would you be?
I'm going to make a note here. The prosecution's trying to clean up. You all might have heard different things, right? So you could have heard this. They could have heard that. But I think the problem is because the prosecution has also asked how loud Karen Reed was on scene. And from the dash cam of Officer Seraph, you can hear bits and pieces of what she's saying. If she maintains her voice that loud the entire time, shouldn't there be a section of that video where somebody's saying, hit him, or something like that? Because his dash cam is running the entire time paramedics are on scene. So that is going to be something that comes up in the defense's case, even though the prosecution's like, right, but she said different things that other people said. But wouldn't it then be picked up on the dash cam at some point?
Utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
No.
Okay. So if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to Good Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I have
All right, so we will do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right?
It's my understanding that
Do you
this
not have it,
jurisdiction does
Nancy?
not have body
Okay.
cam.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked.
The exhibit 380.
Thank you.
It's my understanding this jurisdiction does not have body cam. Okay, they're marking the exhibit. Which is a different dash cam. I didn't see the name on the dash cam.
All right, so we're all set?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're all set. Too.
Thank you.
Next witness. About an hour left of court. The court layout is so odd to me. This is going to be witness number 8.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The call will call Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay.
Another fire medic or fire.
Tori, what do you have for today?
This is going to be witness 8. I guess we're just going to go through all the first responders then. That's definitely a paramedic. Nope, that's the bailiff. I was like, white shirt.
You solemnly swear the evidence in the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
At least he sped up the EMT qualification parts.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, W-A-L-S-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now, with regards with
Background
regards
training
to
experience.
those certifications,
I received my
I'm gonna
paramedic
catch up to real
certification
time.
in June of 2014.
Great. I'm going to catch up to real time as we go background training and experience.
beyond sort
You're a
of your
paramedic,
assignment
right?
as the
Yep.
engine driver on that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regard to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
The more you say the word "I have experience in plowing," the more unhinged it's going to get in the chat.
Sort of get up on that morning of the 29th.
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew
Yeah.
the forecast called for a lot of snow.
It was going to snow, sir.
So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
Snow.
And so, and just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Just windy and really heavy snow.
Now,
Wicked
at some
heavy?
point, shortly after 6 a.m.
Please,
does
no one
your
has said wicked
department
yet.
Get dispatched to a call.
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to?
Look.
And what was it in regard to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear
plowing.
of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that
Let
we
it
had
go.
a call for
Let it go.
34
Let it
Fairview
go.
Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
So
And when you hop in the engine, who, if
Lolly
anyone
did
else from your
speed
department
up the
was
background
assigned to
training and
the same engine,
experience,
as you on that day?
which was
So
helpful.
I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1. And then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with
Where
a
did
call of
Car-
that severity,
where did Car 5
the captain
park?
will go as well.
Please tell us.
And who was in car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things of that like, en route from the station to Fairview Road.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Are they going faster than you were?
Sirens go further away. Okay. And from, if you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview Road.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatched and you're all sort of responding around the same time, being car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
Just call me Hen. I don't know why
So
the route
engine
matters,
3,
but
we
they
were the
ask
last
every single time. I don't
vehicle
know.
for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, ambulance
Well, the
1
truck's heavy.
and car 5 were already on scene.
I mean, I imagine with the truck being heavy, you would
If I
have
could
to
ask
go
just
pretty
sort
slow
of,
down the
as
slope
you're
that we've heard much about.
Turning on to Fairview Road, and you travel down. What, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
Does it get wicked
And
slippery?
the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on at Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you eventually go?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And
This
the
chat is
residence we're
unmatched.
talking about is from your perspective.
10
when
out
you're
of
driving
10.
Down there, is that on your left or right or something else?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you as, how do you know where to stop? And
I agree with you. This sort of is a terrible habit.
Yeah, so, I mean,
of this
like I
prosecutor.
said, visibility was really poor, but
Evidence
there
needs to
was
be
ambulance
precise.
1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us, so it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
It was
Now, in
slippery when he
regard
was
to,
plowing, Chad.
you
I know,
responding
I
to an
know.
unresponsive man, correct?
Correct?
Because it was,
And just to be clear, at some
What?
point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male patient, correct?
That's correct.
And what was his name?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching the scene, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up,
I would love to
the
know
ambulance
the because, yep.
was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was.
Okay.
So I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
It was Doc, wicked Doc.
And
Come
so
on.
when you arrive
I'm ready
on
for it.
scene, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where firefighter Nuttall, Flematti, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
That was loud. I don't know what it was, but it was
I could see
loud.
the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
That at least gives a sense of when he
And
got
to
there.
that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first arrived over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And
The what now?
So you put the stretcher basically right
The
up
what?
against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet from that.
That's correct.
And with respect to positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it positioned?
Parallel.
I love the Boston accent.
You mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene, and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember Officer Saraf and Sergeant Good.
And with respect to civilians, what, if any, civilians did you observe around the scene as well?
I observed 2 female civilians.
And where were they in relation to where you were, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I mean, they were pretty worked up, so they were moving around quite a bit. But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the two females that you saw?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that.
Even though, did
they
you
were
yourself
fetishists, or
just
both of them were?
less words?
Yes.
Less
What,
words.
if anything, leads you to that sort of
Simple questions.
conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them like screaming and crying, and they were both just frantically like moving around a lot.
As far as the one that you observed screaming or crying, do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, "Is he alive?"
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make of his clothes?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right
can see it
at my face,
just,
and
you're
that's when
just
I
like
noticed it.
right there.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, he only had one shoe based on what you saw.
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned
what's
right
up with the
by
one
his
shoe.
right leg.
They ask everybody about it.
And what, if any, difference did you
We'll
notice
find out
in
later.
sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back of the ambulance?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
And so once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training and experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some points, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
Yep,
When
we
you
got bored
removed his
midway and
clothing,
forgot
how
his
was that-
question.
How did you do that?
Oh, with trauma shears, basically scissors that
When
that
you
cut
removed the clothing.
And once sort of, was that pursuant to some sort of protocol, or
Yes.
why was the clothing removed?
Just
on
why did you remove it?
any trauma call, it's protocol to expose the patient so you can see all injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
And once the clothing was removed with the trauma shears, what, if any, additional injuries or anything did you observe?
What did you see?
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that's accomplished?
I'm going to
Yes.
pause this because the chat is talking much about the shoe. I have a lot of theories on the shoe, but the jury doesn't know yet. And if they are saying that he was hit by a car and the shoe flew off, then that might be the thing. If the shoe was not found at scene, that might be a thing. If the shoe was found at scene, it might be a thing. We just won't know until they introduce it into evidence. So I know the jury doesn't know. The lawyers haven't explained it. They can speculate. They're not supposed to. But yes, we don't know yet. Not in evidence yet.
So you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant to, so Mr. O'Keefe was undergoing cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac arrest?
There's no cardiac function. His heart isn't pumping blood anymore.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as medication administration is there in reference to a cardiac arrest?
Yeah, so the frontline medication for that is epinephrine. That's what we gave through the IO access.
What is the purpose of the epinephrine?
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart pumping again if that's a viable option.
It's like that scene out of Pulp
And
Fiction.
in addition to the epinephrine, what if any other medication was administered through the IO?
You could just say what other medication was administered.
I believe that was it.
Did you
as far as
administer
when I
any
was on
additional-
scene, it was just epinephrine.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh yeah, saline as well, but it's not a medication.
It's not
But
a
yeah, we also
medication.
administered saline.
What is the purpose?
Better questions get better
Saline
answers.
is just to increase blood volume.
Sorry. Stop answering.
Now, as far as
Oh, my
as far as
Starbucks
the
is out of chocolate
transport,
croissants.
Mr. O'Keefe is then
The
taken
horror.
from the to a hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the hospital?
I did not.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything that was said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene in the end?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified to this jury that you observed?
I believe so.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18.
Is that the terrible picture again?
And Firefighter Walsh, what's up on the screen is exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that
Yep.
fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are?
I like the cameraman is like, we've seen it.
34 Fairview.
Yes.
We've seen it. We don't need to. That picture
Yes.
blows. We don't need to see it again.
So this is again exhibit.
Okay.
So, now we're back over with the green pointer. It's like, meh.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where within this photograph, if you see it, that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived.
Right in that general area.
The green pointer does not help. I think
May I
he's
have
pointing
one
over
more?
here.
Yes.
The green laser pointer is real hard to see against the snow. The jury might be able to see it better than it translates on camera because of the white
No further
balancing.
questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Yes.
Okay. I bet Mr. Unetti's like,
afternoon,
let's
sir.
get this
Good
done
afternoon.
today. We got about a half hour left
I just want to ask you about the
of court today.
woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most
Compound.
upset
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
and the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others,
Yes.
and she was screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, I understand your testimony, was that she just said,
Is he alive?
"Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall. Correct.
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who's your next witness?
Ms. Katie McLaughlin.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally means there's nothing, Mr. Lally. Like, what you're not going to do is redirect. All right. And they are calling McLaughlin. And we are caught up to real time.
I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Witness 9.
Okay, whenever you're ready,
Who
Mr. Lally.
spoke more to Karen Reed, so this is going to be longer testimony.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for it?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town of Canton?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to
I
working
hope
for
they
the
move
Fire
faster
Department,
with
what, if any, other work
background
did you
training
do sort of within
experience.
that general field?
I worked as a
EMT.
Excuse me. An EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but
She didn't Google. She's the one that spoke to Karen Reed.
Paramedic or working as a paramedic, what if any sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year. And then after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
Great. So you're a paramedic? Your
And,
certification is current?
Prior to working at the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources being a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And that's current?
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component in a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And yours is current?
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Good. Turning your attention to the morning of.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to
Fantastic.
The dates of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall?
Good job, Lolly.
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to
Julie, the only people
for that position?
not watching with us.
Some people call it like the back
Are the
step.
ones who don't know we're here yet, or the ones that don't want to hear me
which
talk?
station house were you assigned to on that engine 3 then?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of two roles on the engine that day?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
And so when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
I'm sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or the conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch in regard to?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow, and the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robbery.
And
I love that the closed caption called him Captain Robbery.
You know who, if anyone, was assigned to
Fantastic.
the ambulance and went with the ambulance that day?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flematti were on that ambulance, and I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And
like I couldn't with Nuttall when he was like, I knew it was going to be snowing. I didn't want to be late to work, so I got there like 4 hours early. I'm like, sir.
Do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5 and the ambulance?
4 hours early is dedication.
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene?
I noticed there were.
Did you see any other vehicles on
multiple
scene?
Police vehicles, and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher, because I knew that
there was an unresponsive
from wherever they were. They seemed to be kind of in off of the road. So I got the stretcher with firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities?
Evidence sort of needs to be definitive. Sort of is not definitive.
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is, it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, you said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did know Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
Did you see any non-fire personnel or civilians in the area?
Specifically, what do you mean? Like,
yeah, what do you,
as far as
outside of the
right, so outside of fire department,
when your own witnesses are staring at you trying to ascertain what you mean, the problem is your questions. She's like, so when she seems like she's focusing too hard, it's because she is trying to derive the point of his question, because he's like, when you sort of arrive, what kind of, maybe if anything, did you she is trying so hard to understand what he is saying because his questions are just not clear, but that could make her seem to the jury like she's trying to be too careful in her answers because she really doesn't know what the fuck he's asking, which is on the prosecutor.
personnel in that area.
She's like, what?
What, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
And that's compound.
Well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighters?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number.
That's okay, then don't.
Several feet away.
I'm not
sure.
They
were like,
they were away.
I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant.
They were over there.
But I don't know exactly number-wise what that would be.
Same girl.
And
same.
From your observation,
what's the distance from here to there?
Can you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything?
That question was, what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with Walsh from the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flematti and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe? What?
By that point, it seemed like they had.
Could you see what they were doing?
They had already got him pretty much secured on
what
a,
did it seem like they were
backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
He does know. He does. Oh, Lolly, look, you can just say, what happened? Can we just do that over and over and over again for these direct examinations? Just do that. These people all wrote reports. They've all testified before. Just keep asking them what happened.
I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Flematti, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions.
You don't need to rephrase her answer.
And
her answer was clearer than your question.
You didn't know her, you never met her before.
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's a record of reflect identification.
Okay.
They ever say the article of clothing when he asks?
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage her?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so, as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for?
What did you ask her?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant, Ms. Reed, doing while you're asking those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
It's actually helpful to know that during all of that conversation, Karen Reed was moving around. The prosecutor hasn't highlighted it well, but she was moving it around, and then they came to a stop at one point, because it makes more sense if she was moving around towards where the ambulance was. Then the first witness would have heard what she was saying to this witness before they came to rest, where the video shows them at like the back of the civilian car when the ambulance doors were closed. That makes more sense.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
And then they still didn't treat it like a crime scene. Weird. However, that explains.
So we have this conversation, if you recall.
Also, this prosecutor is riding this witness out until the court breaks for the day, because this witness will come back on cross after the weekend. So we're not getting to cross today.
And that the other person who was across from you was just, was that somebody from your department, or an officer, or a civilian, or who was that?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of, not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
And do you know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? Do you know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem?
She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very
She was
upset.
distraught.
But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred. And I just felt, based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, the front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
Well, you have to determine if you need to drive or not, I imagine.
You had received from the defendant. Did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Her if when she got into the back of the ambulance, I really wish you would have asked if when you got into the back of the ambulance, was the door open or did you have to open the door to get in? I don't know if he's going to get there, but I very much want to know if in the entire time she was talking, if she remembers if the door was open. Though the video, maybe he doesn't know what she's going to say, and the video shows at one point the door was closed, but I'm curious.
Putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant,
maybe he will.
What, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
So you really hadn't got a good look until you went back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so took probably longer than usual based on the conditions.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further for a moment, just in reference to when you're in the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
You recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
All right, could I see counsel for a second, please?
Y'all, we're done for the day. She's like 6 minutes early. It could never be me. I'm going to make sure we're caught up to real time. the court's like, is this a good place to stop? Are we done? Are we done? Maybe even the court's sick of Mr. Lawley's questions and the wandering nature of them. Everyone in the gallery looks tired. I get it. I'm tired. It feels like we're on day 3,000 of trial, and it's been literally a day and a half of trial. Monday, Tuesday, half day, today, half day. And we're on day 9,000. Let's see. They're still at sidebar. Oh, she's done for the day.
We're going to
Oh, okay.
just trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with firefighter McLaughlin's testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully.
So we are in court tomorrow.
Wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions: please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
So yes, court tomorrow. All right. Well, jury view tomorrow. They're going to finish this witness and then go on the jury view. And then it seems like they might return and finish testimony tomorrow because tomorrow's a full day. Well, that's going to be interesting for my schedule tomorrow. That's okay. The jury view will take it up. We'll figure it out.
Goodbye.
Did they call in for the audio? That was the weirdest shit ever. Hold on. I'm going to look at another feed and see if they still have the end of this. It sounds like maybe that's why the audio is a little bit better. I'm going to push over to the court TV feed because it's usually just a little bit delayed for their closed captioning. That's so interesting. Let me pull up the court TV feed real quick. Oh, there's no sound.
Dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions: please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
We'll just see what happens at the end here.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see if this feed cuts too, but the goodbye was not me. The goodbye was the NBC feed. I wonder if they called in for the audio. That was strange. I'm going to see if we hear anything else before this audio cuts, and we'll get a few questions. I know that there is a hearing going on over in Idaho. We are saving that. I will cover it at some point.
Goodbye.
All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you can step down and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Did you want to see me at sidebar?
Just briefly, Judge.
That's so weird. I guess they're going to sidebar. I guess I'm leaving the feed up because I'm curious as to what's going to happen next from Court TV, and then we'll answer questions because I'm like, what is happening? So we're going to stay in court for just a minute while they go to sidebar. Tomorrow, they're going to finish this witness in the morning and then go on the jury view. So I will be here in the morning, and then when they go on the jury view, then we will take a break and resume when court resumes. Maybe not exactly when court resumes unless they tell us, but we'll do that. Yes, I know there's a hearing going on in Idaho. As I was saying, we're saving that. Hogue is just about to go live over on his channel. I will be over there after we wrap up what happened here today. We're going to link that down below. Rick, I will see you soon to celebrate. I'm going to take a wee break and go to the restroom first because we've been sitting here for 4 hours at this point, but I will be over there. But yes, I'm aware there are other court hearings going on. As I said, my coverage of those things is going to have to fluctuate as our time allows. So I'll put up a question for the members because I'm very curious if we want to cover on the podcast next week the Dan Schneider lawsuit, the Scandival, the stuff going on in Idaho, and we'll figure it out. So the question is, somebody was asking, question, is it possible that we'll not be going on The View? Oh, we're not going on The View. The View will not be televised. Dorothy in the chat asked, why does the court schedule like this? I have no clue. And nobody has said. I don't know. They've got a reason. I just don't know what the reason is. It might be the court's other obligations. I have no idea. I thought that they were not doing court on Friday. They might be. So we'll see. They might be doing court on Friday. I asked the court for clarification on that because I have seen it both ways. So we'll see. But I will put questions up for the members. I'm leaving court open until they cut the feed, because if the court puts anything on the record, I want to know. So I'm going to answer some questions while we do that, and then I will do a quick summary. So let's do some questions while court is still in session. All right. Questions. Let's see. I'm looking through the super chats to get to the ones that have questions. And then I'll get to the ones that are hellos and well wishes. Music to My Soul said, I still haven't seen one piece of evidence yet that explains why they upgraded the charges to an intentional killing. Did I miss something? Music to My Soul, no. You didn't miss anything. We're not there yet. Roxana said, Emily, you forgot about the poll. No, I'm going to put it up in the member spaces later because I'm going to leave it up for a few days. Fiona said, thank you for the gifted memberships. Alex said, I'm a law enforcement dispatcher. We are not allowed to put police home addresses on CAD because of public records issues and public facing websites tied to our CAD system. Alex, that's very interesting. The prosecution at some point is going to have to explain that. I don't know if they'll call dispatch in, because otherwise the thoughts will be something else is up. But that's good to know. But they are going to have to explain it in court. Oops, meant to say, it seems like the prosecution feels defeated. They came into this with no energy, as the defense brings up more and more inconsistencies. It might very well be the case that the prosecution was told by their superiors that they are trying this case and taking it to trial. There are times as a prosecutor, well, I would argue that you always have a choice, but sometimes that choice comes down to quitting your job, which is not always an available option for everybody. Not everyone can just walk away from their career and their retirement and their health insurance and all the rest of it. But sometimes it's like, you're going to trial on this, even if they don't want to. The prosecution really does seem to have very little evidence on this. The Great Big Geek said, question, next time the press asks about snow, can we all object to expert testimony so they call a meteorologist? I mean, maybe they will. Liza said, third live trial, Depp versus Heard, Murdaugh and Russ. Thank you. We're getting into trial number 4 for you then. Question, have you all heard about the judge in the Allen case? No, I don't know what that is. Hey, Emily, thank you for keeping us updated. You're welcome. If Karen is found guilty with all the investigation issues, could it be overturned? I would like to wait until we get there. The fact that they're prosecuting a case where there's an active federal investigation is very odd to me. It seems to invite a lot of problems, but the defense and prosecution both asked that this trial be postponed until the federal investigation finished, and the court said no. It's pushing forward at this point is weird. They could have dismissed the charges and refiled them later. Holly said, 40th birthday stream with the Lawnards. Yay. Laura said, question, do you think the prosecutor is so lackluster because they don't believe in their case and their boss is making them? It's possible, but even then you still have to do your job and the best. Brahana said, Emily, I'm interested in your opinion of the defense's grand conspiracy third-party theory. Do juries tend to believe something so huge, or do they want something simpler? Generally, the simplest answer will do. The defense doesn't have to put forward a grand conspiracy. They can just put forward, this investigation can't give you anything beyond a reasonable doubt because it's so bad. But they promised it in their opening. So we will see. And it will be interesting if they try to put forward third party, or if they try to just put forward some other dude did it, sought it. Somebody else did it. We don't know who, we don't know why, but it wasn't Karen Reed, and this investigation never followed up to figure out who it possibly could be. We got a little view of the jury box there. Of course, the jurors are out of the room, but you got a little sense for the microphones and the amount of microphones pushing into the courtroom. So whoever's got a squeaky chair, it's getting picked up on all of those things. So you've got those microphones set up, but you also get a sense for how small this courtroom really is. The judge on the bench, then the judge's support staff, then the prosecution, then the defense, then the family in the gallery, and like 3 spots for media sitting against the back wall at that bar. It is a very, very small courtroom, and that overview of it, that's literally the entire courtroom. They're in the jury box. That bar with the mics on it is the jury box. It is such a small courtroom. So I imagine we're just at the end of feed. It looks like they're done and wrapping up for the day. Oh no, back to the fan. Okay. Goodbye, Kyle. Like, I imagine they're going to cut the feed in just a moment because the day is done. Yep. And there it goes. All right. With all of that, Law Nerds, I'm going to answer a few more questions. I'm going to pop over to Hoag's stream to celebrate with him. For those of you asking, will the field trip be streamed? Generally not. Generally not, because there is no way to there is no way to ensure that the jurors are not shown while they are walking around the jury view. So I don't know how they could possibly do that. So let me do a quick summary and then answer a few more questions, and then we're going to go for the day because I need to go to the bathroom. Miguelina, we've got, if we will put a link to Hoag's stream, but first I need to make sure you guys download the Law Nerd app so you know when I'm going live tomorrow. Here's the thing with the schedule tomorrow. If they go on a jury view and then come back to court for a full day, I don't know when we're going to resume court. So I am not sure when we will get back to court, and I will let you know on the Law Nerd app. So go ahead and make sure you download that. Let's give a summary of today real quick. We are at the end of, well, we're at lunchtime on day 3 of the Karen Reed trial. The court is a half day today and is back in session tomorrow on Friday. It seems that the court is going to finish the witness that's on the stand tomorrow and then take the jury on a jury view. That will not be streamed and will not be shown. It's real hard to make sure the jurors aren't recorded when they're doing a view at the location at the crime scene. So today we really went through more of the first responder, fire, paramedic witnesses. It seems that the defense is leaning towards some of the fire medics couldn't have heard what Karen Reed said because the doors of the ambulance were already closed. But the prosecution's timing of when people heard things is not super clear, so it's hard to tell. Again, it's the defense's job to instill doubt. One individual, the one who actually spoke with Karen Reed, said that she, and this is, let's see, this is firefighter Katie McLaughlin, said she heard Karen Reed say to her, I hit him, when asking what the cause of trauma was or what might have happened. And then she said, get Goody down here, the law enforcement officer. And then she was driving the ambulance and went to go deal with that. The firefighter McLaughlin also said she heard another woman saying to Karen Reed, you're hysterical, you need to calm down, and things of that nature. And she felt any further conversation with Karen Reed at that point was not productive because Karen Reed was distraught. We also heard from firefighter or fire medic Francis Walsh, who said he heard Karen Reed say, is he alive? And then the other witness who said he heard Karen Reed screaming, he's dead, he's fucking dead. So we have a number of different statements from first responder fire medics hearing Karen Reed in a distraught state, saying things to the nature of, is he dead? Is he alive? I hit him, and things like that. So we will see what happens with all of that testimony on cross-examination. Tomorrow, cross-examination at the beginning of the day was fiery. And the defense has really gone into pointing out inconsistencies in statements. And when there haven't been inconsistencies of statements, the cross-examination has been very brief and they've moved right on. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. With that, we're going to get to some questions. For those of you asking about the app, yes, we have an app. It is the Law Nerd app. It is free for iOS and Android. And you can download it for free, and it will give you the push updates of when witnesses take the stand, when we're in cross-examination, when I'm streaming, if there are long court breaks, and the rest of it. So if you want to stay in the loop with this trial and everything I cover, the Law Nerd app. I also send out updates on the other cases that I'm covering, including the Weinstein case and more. So those quick updates of cases will be in the Law Nerd app as well. Along with when I head over to streams and things like that, we will hear those. Sorry, the feed shifted over to Idaho. So I will break that down at another time. I'm not breaking that down today. I'm going to go to Hoag's Stream and Celebrate. I'm going to answer a few questions and then we will go. Emily, what do you use for reader mode? I need it. The reader mode is on my browser. So I use Firefox as my primary browser. And so Firefox generally has a reader mode. Allison said it seemed with the last witness that he was wasting time. So last heard before the weekend. It was kind of consistent with his other questionings, but knowing that there's a full day tomorrow, that witness will finish tomorrow, then they'll go on a jury view, and then I imagine they'll come back after lunch. Fancy RPG said regarding recovery convo, my kidney failing in 2011 made me reevaluate life and ultimately quit working in film. And now I have my dream job and a rainbow baby. Fancy, congratulations. That's fantastic. I'm very happy for you. Health issues definitely had a huge impact in the trajectory of my life as well, including leading me to leave my career. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Did you see the DA who refused to stop for the cop? Yeah. Don't do that. Have they resigned yet? That's all I'm really waiting for in that case. Casey Cat said, please think good thoughts on my way to ortho to see if I get to start in a walking boot or surgery. We're thinking good thoughts. I hope the outcome is what you hope the outcome is. Starbucks trip in the morning. We're going to need it. Is he trying to run down the clock today? Maybe. Brandon said, is it just me or does all of the prosecution's evidence make it sound like at best for them a freak accident? I know they're establishing the basic facts, but there's nothing for intent yet. I mean, we've got a long way to go. What would have really helped with this feeling, Brandon? If we knew clearly what this state's theory of the case was, when they should do that? Opening. That's what they do in opening. That's what they should have done in opening. That's what we want to see in opening. We're all sitting here going, what are you trying to tell us? We don't know. You know why? Because they didn't tell us. They didn't tell us in opening, and that's on them. That's on them. So, Duty Ron, thank you so much for the super chat, and you are welcome. We try to break down the trials as they go. These days, it feels like Emily is annoyed with the prosecutor, and then rinse and repeat. Can the public go to the jury view? I would imagine that would be ill-advised, and that there will be law enforcement on the scene to keep the public away from the jury so that people don't show up and yell and things like that. I imagine it would not be well taken given this case. Question, it feels like the Commonwealth judge and paramedic are on one team against the defense. Is it supposed to? Shouldn't paramedics and the judge be neutral? Yes, they should be. Casey Cat, an unnerving number of us in the chat have heard your cervix was out of chocolate croissants. That too. Starbucks, my Starbucks is out of chocolate croissant. That's okay. Isn't losing shoes a sign of being hit by a vehicle? Yes, it can be. It absolutely can be. We're not quite there yet. Miss Meg says, wasn't a talking point regarding Stephen Smith's alleged hit and run that typically someone's hit by a car, they're knocked out of their shoes. Speed will play a part here, but yes, it was part of the conversation about Stephen Smith. Hey, hon, thank you. What? What? You're hilarious. Thank you. We were talking about the speed of a car accident, my son. I will talk to you when I take a break. Thank you very much for the Starbucks. Out. I love you. You are punchy when you are sick, my sweet. Wicked is kind of like swearing. It slips out in casual conversation, not so much in a formal setting. Danielle, that's fair, but I'm waiting. Maybe not from the law enforcement witnesses, maybe not from the fire medics, maybe from the civilian witnesses. My teen is trying to make jokes. And I'm like, buddy, you are punchy and snotty. And what I don't need to hear is you snarfling. Sean said we've gone from full cocking to experienced plowing. Yep, they were definitely experienced plowing, and they were plowing in the back. We definitely heard quite a bit about the plowing. Trying to prove the scratches are not from shears. I guess, but the shears would cut clothing down the front, so scratches on the right arm, definitely not coming from shears. I hope they have the clothes to see if there's anything on the clothing that would indicate where those scratches came from. One would like to see that. One would also like a clear theory of the case. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot. This trial feels like it's been in session for 87 years, and it's been like literally 2 days. I like 3 days of evidence, but like 2 of those have been half days. It's just a lot. All right. Hello, Matt Bond. Good to see you in the chat. The Floof say meow. The new kitten is obsessed with watching as much as Floofy is. My cats have been a little bit obsessed too. They've been hanging out quite a lot this trial. Angela, thank you so much. Thank you for making the sluggish parts of court bearable. We're definitely at some of the sloggy parts. We'll get to that. New here, is it me or does the body look far away from the driveway? Allison, no, it's without the layout, it's hard, and covered in snow. We don't have a sense of where the driveway is, where the flagpole is, where the fire hydrant is. That's part of why the jury view is going to really help, because then they'll be able to see where the contours of the driveway and things like that. EDB, if you were on the jury, how would you deal with the prosecution? I would probably start making a grocery list in my brain. Like it would be very hard to stay checked in, especially not being able to talk. Like I'm processing it by talking with y'all. I don't know how I would do that otherwise. 3D Chick said at 53, I got diagnosed with ADHD and went looking because of you, Emily. Today, I gave a talk to my colleagues about ADHD and how life-changing diagnosis is. All because of you. You changed lives. Well, 3D Chick, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think we learn through talking to each other, and there shouldn't be shame around understanding what operating system our brain is on. We all know what operating system our computers are on. So why shouldn't we know what operating software we're working with on our brain? It's all a spectrum. So they all work differently. Some work more similarly to others. It's why I think a lot of people that are ADHD have a lot of friends that are ADHD. Because they their brains operate more on the same wavelength. So I saw Paula made a comment in the chat that Court TV has a reenactment of the possible accident. If that's not coming in court, I'm not pulling it up. If it comes in court, we'll talk about it. I'm not pulling up stuff from outside of court for any of this. You need a soundbite of the Charlie Brown teacher going womp womp for this prosecutor. No, my brain does it already. My brain's already like womp, 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 womp. AA Winter, what is this case about, please? It was snowing in Massachusetts. No, I have a podcast episode that gives an ovary of this. An ovary? I am done. At the 4-hour mark, my brain has stopped. An overview. My cervix is out of chocolate croissants. My ovaries are over this prosecution, and it's got a summary. An overview of this case. And the overview is in my video section here. It's a couple episodes back on the Emily Show. You can find it on your podcasting app. But generally, the state's alleging that the defendant hit her boyfriend, the victim, with a vehicle, and that is what caused his death. That mixed with hypothermia. The defense alleges that it is a cover up. I also have some of those summaries on QuickBits day by day. TDL said, I'm about to finish my first year of veterinary school. Your openness to share neurospiciness as a professional has boosted my confidence a ton. Wish me luck on finals. Good luck on finals. Good luck on finals. It's needed. And look, it's just about asking for the things that we need. After my back surgery, I had no shame about saying, hey, I can't sit down that long. I can't stand up this long. I can't drive that far. My back is limited because I just had a spinal fusion. My brain works differently. And sometimes I need that accommodated, and it's okay to ask and just be like, hey, this is how my brain works. Can you accommodate it? Because it's not something to be ashamed of. So with all of that, chat, I clearly need more coffee to go to the bathroom and to take a nap, but I'm going to pop over to Hoag's stream in just a minute. There are 14,000 of you here. Even if you just pop in and say congratulations to him, the love and support is much appreciated from me, and it can spread a little bit of joy to Hoag. So even if you just have a moment to pop over, that live stream is pinned in the chat, to just say congratulations, he won the Stroke Heroes Award, and just send some purple hearts. I will be over there in just a few minutes. Chat, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Kelly Shook said, when I got a notification last night from the app, my husband had my phone and said, how much do you pay to be a law nerd? I said, excuse me, sir, it's free. Thank you very much. We keep you in the loop. And you guys were the first to know from any of my stuff that the retrial of Weinstein was happening. All right, chat, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. I guess I'll see you in court tomorrow morning. No days off. I do have a meeting tomorrow, so it's going to get real interesting, but that should be right at the lunch break. So I think it's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It's great. It's fine. It's fine. It's all going to be fine. We'll figure it out. Chat, I'll see you soon. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday, for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a law nerd.